Doooovid here. We're live back with my weekly tour of my library. So kind of excited. People can see the no more StreamYards. Mark Doooovid finally bought a StreamYard subscription. We got a whole year. So I was about to go over my StreamYards limit and decided I'd just buy a yearly subscription. So now I no longer have the StreamYards watermark on my stream. And feeling good about this tour of my library. I'm wrapping up, so I already scheduled the next few weeks to finish up the main parts of my library. I still have more books upstairs. I'm always getting more books. I have some bigger books, so I'm not going to be able to show all my books, but I'll show the vast majority of them that have separate sections. And I want to take my research seriously in terms of attempting to go to the Science of Consciousness conference in May. So, talking about, God willing, investing reasonable money into myself. So, here's the StreamYards, and then I'm going to try to open up my own webpage, publish my blog that had been on the chess server on my own webpage. So hopefully that will happen in the next few weeks. And you'll still have the intention of going to the Science of Consciousness conference in May. So I've also been switch to my weekly Ask the Rabbi. So feel good about that. Trying to deal with my identity crisis, God forbid. And I've studied a whole bunch of things, and been pretty academic. Take my life pretty seriously. Always studied, always read, and I think it's a verse in Psalms or Talmudic wisdom. The majority of my thoughts and desires go to waste. God forbid. I desire evil all day, but the majority of my desires go unfulfilled. But because I took my life seriously at a young age, and went to Israel and studied Talmud and Chassidus, that most of my desires were intellectual and spiritual. So I recognized that my sinful desires were better off going unfulfilled. As talk mob talk and various things, spiritual concepts, but better not to have sinful desires that go unfulfilled. Like Tanya, this Saturday night I'll stream on Chabad Lubavitch, the Rebbe, more historical. I'll talk a little bit about the Chabad Chassidus ideas. But the purification of my heart, that I don't have that many sinful desires, and most of my desires are intellectual and spiritual and God willing altruistic. And just looking at my library, I see like, wow, all the desires that went unfulfilled, all the stuff that I attempted to study and didn't really successfully accomplish. In my intellectual pursuits, that there's too much out there. The world's a big place. There's a lot of knowledge, a lot of wisdom, and time is limited. So even though I basically spent the majority of my adult life studying, most of the things that I wanted to study, I haven't been able to, because like in the Corey Bun song, "Lo Yike Gevar Shinem Alfin Lo Yaya Gevertek," even if one were to live for 1,000 years, they would only scratch the surface. So, and today I will be talking about books of subjects that I never formally studied in university, and just books that I read. And like in one of my first strings on Kolos Lvovos, Duties of the Heart, one of the books that changed my life, saying the love of God is a sign of a person who loves God is that they could talk intelligently about any subject. And so to say that the main focus that has caused me to study so many subjects is, so to say, my love of God, just curiosity. Generally, I'm curious about everything, and like dharma, duty, one of the main principles of Hinduism, but general like duty to be a good citizen, from like a Torah perspective, to be you essentially, like a mensch, a good person, you have to know about society, you have to know the laws of the land. I'm going to have a separate section on my business books. There's some relationship to like business and politics, history, but it's mostly love of wisdom. And I also showed related to my books on Christianity, the Teaching Company. So hopefully I will look also at some of the Teaching Company courses. I showed on Week in Review, me and my father just got in like 50 more Teaching Company courses. So I am constantly listening to the Teaching Company. I spend all of my spare time, definitely driving, but generally I spend all of my spare time listening to Teaching Company courses, many in 2-speed. So my father has a lot of the courses, and also I have a subscription. So much of my knowledge about these subjects comes from Teaching Company courses. So, like the books, like the Time to Read. And, just before I get into the books, to mention very quickly to eventually I'm going to move into releasing my own research on the multiple truth hypothesis. I'm doing my streams like the Ask the Rabbis on Judaism. There's a lot of content out there. Like, I'm not a rabbi in a conventional sense. Like, I don't have, I'm not a synagogue rabbi. I'm not in a position of a rabbi. I don't have any followers as a rabbi. But I've studied Judaism the majority of my adult life. It's probably the subject I know the most about. So, it's putting some streams out there in, certain aspects. And yeah, John, thanks for tuning in. And I do think I have some good information, like the multiple truth hypothesis. I do think it could be a powerful theory and will be useful, possibly even a game-changing thing that eventually I'll publish a book and forward some powerful research that could be beneficial from all different sides, and even like as a scientific theory. So let me jump right into my books, and I'm doing about 3 shelves of books here. Some of these are well-known books, and I put it history, political science, American policy, law, and literature, and they're loosely organized. So let me jump right in. So I'm going to start with my books on American history and American culture, and I've read quite a few books on the subject, kind of like Christianity. Most of these books I read more out of duty. Like, occasionally there'll be a book that interests me, but generally I like books on consciousness, Judaism, spirituality, science, mathematics, and the books on politics, history, American culture, I've read more out of duty. And I have also these big books that I'm not going to bother to pull out, not necessarily anything great, but mostly these, like, Barnes and Noble's big books on like history of the ancient world, some various countries, or picture graphic books. But I would say, like, I regularly read about these subjects, but it's not one of my main subjects, and probably less than 10% of the books I read are on these subjects. Okay, so jumping right in, The American Idea, the Best of the Atlantic Monthly, and this was a Shame and Drum book, and you're just a collection of 150 years of writers and thinkers who shaped our history. And I don't even actually think I read this book. I think I bought this. This was Shame and Drum book. I'm going to put this somewhere else, actually. So, so these are books I've actually read. Or maybe this book, I have a bookmark in it. That means I didn't actually read it. So maybe I'll put these with the books I haven't read and try to So this actually I bought a long time ago. I might have even bought this when I was in high school. Let me see the year on this. So Jesse Ventura, Do I Stand Alone? And this book is the year 2000, actually first edition. So I bought this at Stony Brook University probably. So this was before I became a really big reader. Um, Maybe even when I was in Israel, I came home just like a little bit interested. I wasn't following politics much, and I'd remembered Jesse Ventura, like wrestling and the Running Man, and you ran for governor, and I had libertarian leanings. So this is one of the very first books on politics that I bought. I think I actually also bought like an Ann Cutler book. I'd mentioned in high school I'd read Rush Limbaugh and a few of his primer books on politics, and but I didn't really become a serious academic till going to Israel, and thank God for Orthodox Judaism and yeshiva that turned me into a serious academic. So this is a really good book. My father also has this book, and I almost put this with my public policy books. The Transformation of American Medicine, The Rise of a Sovereign Profession and the Making of a Vast Industry, which is the history of American medicine, the Flexner Report, to a certain period in time, medicine was unregulated, and anyone could kind of just practice as a doctor, or they weren't even seen as that serious of a profession. I mean, there's the medical schools in Europe, and at a certain time, like maybe before Flexner, but they had some regulation before Flexner. And hey, Glenn, thanks for tuning in. But after the Flexner Report, which I forget what year is, people could look that up on the study of American medical schools. They organized the medical system, and the current structure of university medical schools, and the medical practice, the rise of the American Medical Association, regulation, and various factors, and now insurance. I'll show in health my public policy books more on medicine. But this is a very good book, and because my father's a doctor, I know a lot of doctors. Good public information about the current medical profession practice in America. It's a 1984 Pulitzer Prize winner. This was a good book. It's actually Wayne State, a local Detroit university. I bought it used online. But The Time of Our Lives, Dirty Dancing and Popular Culture. It's a collection of essays on American culture. And, this is a very popular movie. I think I went over The Time of Our Life and some of the music on Week in Review, and also a lot to do with Judaism, Jennifer Gray, Dutton graduate, the lawyer, the man who went on to be in Law and Order for like 10 years. I think Joel Gray, who plays the doctor, the father. And there's a lot of important cultural tropes, including abortion, and the decline of the Catskills, intermarriage between Jew and Gentile, and various things. So this was an interesting book, The Time of Our Life, Dirty Dancing and Popular Culture. Also was a retrograde movie, saying it was made in the 80s, but was put back to be in the 60s. So I actually rather enjoyed this book. I don't have too many books like this. So, it was random, a Wayne State local book. And, Dirty Dancing is, it was in the 80s. My mother liked that movie. And I saw that movie as a kid probably many times. Like I probably seen the movie like 10 times. So, I got this book. It's not the typical type book that I got. This book I got in New York when I first got into politics. Like, I was kind of like a Ron Paul libertarian. And when I was in Stony Brook, I actually supported Ron Paul when he first ran for president. And I was looking for little basic knowledge, and I forget the bookstore I went to in New York that had kind of like counterculture books. And so here's Terrorism in America, Common Sense Strategy for a Democratic Society, Philip Heyman. and I would have bought this book. Um, so it was actually printed before 9/11, but I bought the book, probably in the early 2000s, and you're related to libertarianism and all the security measures that were passed by President Bush. Also, from the same era, like I bought in the early 2000s. Hey, God, thanks for tuning in. Destroying World Order, U.S. Imperialism in the Middle East before and after September 11th. Patrick Boyle. So if you think guys like, Francis Boyle, like, now you have streaming and like Ryan Dawson and a lot like the alt right and Oons Report. So this is pre those days. This book is 2004, and in the time where the President Bush and society was changing due to all the security regulations and the ongoing war in the Middle East. So Doooovid was kind of against the war, although I was an activist, but had libertarian leanings. Doovid's always been a libertarian, so it's an interesting book. This is also a very good book. I actually bought this book for a writing project I did at University of Michigan, Blood Politics, Race, Culture, and Identity in the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma by Sergei Strum. And it talks about the history of the Cherokee Nation, the founding of the Cherokee Nation, and the blood quantum laws. So it talks a little bit about Indian tribes and blood laws in general, and then specifically the Cherokee Nation. And Doooovid may have some Cherokee blood. There's certainly interconnected history between my family's ancestors and the Cherokee. The Trail of Tears passed through where my ancestors lived, and there's legend that there was intermarriage. But so I can't confirm Cherokee blood. But the possibility that I would actually be part of the Cherokee Nation, because the Cherokee Nation doesn't have blood quantum laws. If you have any amount of Cherokee blood going back to the original rolls from the Trail of Tears, you could get Oklahoma citizenship. And I wrote a paper at University of Michigan. So this was a pretty interesting book: Blood Politics, Race, Culture, and Identity in the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. This is also a book I enjoyed quite a bit. I showed some books on A-Ray. Thanks for tuning in. Jehovah's Witness related to the Holocaust, Judging Jehovah's Witness, Religious Persecution in the Dawn of the Rights Revolution by Sean Francis Peters. So I'd mentioned, he got involved in Hare Krishna, and related to the First Amendment in religion, there's two main groups that dominate. And there's cases with others like the Jews for Jesus, but the main is the Jehovah's Witness and the Hare Krishnas related to the First Amendment. And first, you were the Jehovah's Witness, and there were many cases that made it all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Jehovah's Witness were, for a period of time, severely persecuted against when they first refused to do the Pledge of Allegiance, or made their statements. Nowadays you have like the Westboro Baptist Church, and God forbid, their statements, God loves dead Marines, or various things. But most of it comes from the precedents of Jehovah's Witness that were, for a period of time, extremely unpopular in America and faced violence and political, legal discrimination. So this is a very good book, an overview of the clash in the legal system between Jehovah's Witness and the American legal system. So these are also some books about religion in America. Americans' Alternative Religions by Timothy Miller, edited. And it's a good collection of alternative religions in America, just like it says, with a long history of earlier Christian groups like the Anabaptists and Methodists, the Latter-day Saints, the Adventists, the Jehovah's Witness, Quakerism, Unitarianism, Universalists, even Roman Catholics or Hasidism, British Israelism, Children of God, Church of Christ. Goes on, and then talks about Eastern movements, Middle Eastern movements, forms of Islam, Sufism, Baha'i, Gurdjieff. And I do plan on, maybe not as a tour of my library because I only have a few books, but I do plan on doing a whole show about Gurdjieff and the Fourth Way, African American movements, including Black Israelites, ancient wisdom, New Age movements like Theosophy, neo-paganism. So this was a pretty good book overview of. I think I bought this used online. It's actually a Sunni book. So this is a very good book, and one of these subjects that interest me, and America's alternative religions, and another similar one, Religion in America Since 1945, a history by Patrick Ullet. So Patrick Ullet, the course of the great courses teaching company. Doooovid has many books of all the courses basically Patrick Ullet on the teaching company, and he actually has a course about religion in America. And so this isn't about alternative religious movements, but just a general history of religion in American culture. Here also the Baha'i faith in America. So this is actually pretty good history, and the Baha'i were actually part of the 1893 World's Parliament of Religion. I forget the first origins, but this is by William Garlington, and I've interfaith with Baha'i here in Metro Detroit. If I know some of the Baha'i on like the Senior Advisory Council, I think according to this, that Baha'is come in the late 1800s, and talks about the organizational structures, the founding, a little bit of the global Baha'i culture. Glenn, generally, I have my personal opinions and then my political opinions. So, generally politically, I'm against organized, centralized power forcing their will upon people. So, if my personal opinion, like things like homosexuality, abortion, pornography, various things, I'm pretty conservative. If you ask me for my personal advice, however, in terms of whether the government should regulate it or something like that, generally I'd be pretty liberal. So like libertarian is my political position, not my personal opinion. And I'll separate my personal. I have my personal opinion, and share my personal opinion if it's relevant, to which generally my personal opinion I don't think is all that relevant. And separate that from my political positions. So here, New York City, a visual celebration of nearly 400 years of New York City history. And I bought this book in New York, and pretty good book. I have a few other books I couldn't find or I have to locate on like the history of New York. And then I also have related to my civil engineering and architecture. But this is a Eric Heimberger Reasonable Historic Atlas of New York City. And Martin Gilbert, I think he has his popular one in Judaism, the Atlas of American History. And I'm going to put this with my maps. I have books. I have quite a few books on maps. So I'm going to put those books with my maps. And then I have some books on European and global history. So I have quite a few books like this, and they're too big to get out. And like a lot of these books I got at like the discount table at Barnes and Noble that cost like $10 or something over the years. I maybe even had tens of them. Like here's the Celts, Prehistory to Present Day by John Davies. Just these kind of like large picture books that they sell at Barnes and Nobles over the years that were kind of a favorite of mine. China, Empire and Civilization, edited by Edward Shaogesni, so like your general book on the overview of Chinese history. So this was before the teaching company. Now I have um, mostly I took courses on edX, but this was like an early attempt of mine to study Chinese culture. I also had a few books. Maybe it's in my linguistics section, or maybe I lost them. I tried to learn the Chinese alphabet a few times. Um, Here's another Barnes and Noble Compact History of the World. Russia, A Concise History by Ronald Hingley. I've also attempted to learn the Russian language a little bit, or the Russian alphabet, very difficult. Russia has a long history, like the Jewish Russian history, but, little attempt to just be generically knowledgeable. The history of Russia. Should drop some books. I'd show this with my Holocaust books because it covered a little bit, but Quigley's Tragedy and Hope: A History of the World in Our Time, and I also watched Jay Dyer's series on this. Brundle was the one who recommended this book. I think even my brother read this. Charles Moskowitz is a big fan of it. I'm not sure if it's like that great or exceptional of a book, but I did read it to have an overview of Europe in World War II and 20th century history. Very popular book, Tragedy and Hope, Quigley. This was one of the first books I bought. I bought this like in high school, maybe when I was like 14. Michael Prestwich, Armies and Warfares in the Middle Ages. And I probably bought this like when Braveheart it came out in in high school. Private school, a teacher had taught a course on like warfare and covered a lot of medieval European warfare and Roman battles, and I've actually like the teaching company's courses on those also. So one of the very first books that Doooovid bought, like in my early adolescence. The Silk Roads, A New History of the World by Peter Frank Copen, international bestseller, and largely focusing on the Silk Roads of trade in the Middle and Far East as a method of telling the long story of human history. And I'm not sure if this is economic, if I should put this in my business books, because I have in my section on this is more than just business. I have in my section on business and economics, really all my sections, I have history books. So these were, kind of just generic history. Here also, The European Dream, How Europe's Vision of the Future is Quietly Eclipsing the American Dream, Jeremy Rifkin, and I don't think it really came out to be. So, it was a national bestseller in 2005. So, like with the rise of the EU, I think I have some more books about the EU. So, I don't think it really turned out to be that way. I don't have, if you're talking about my libertarian views, I don't have prescriptive views. So personal views, how I would deal with things versus like prescriptions about what the government should do or having a large government or the nature of law and order. I'm not really prescriptive in that I'm realistic, and since my opinion doesn't matter. So just like if I were God and in charge of everything, how would I make the rules? Well, I'm not God. I'm never going to be in charge of everything. I'm never going to make the rules. So I consider that kind of like fantasy to say like, well, what's your opinion on this issue? Like my opinion doesn't matter. If you ask my personal advice for your own personal sake, and largely I put that into the scam of voting. It's like, oh, it's a democracy and you have to decide which candidate to vote for. And therefore you need opinions on all these issues. So I think somewhat it's like an intellectual scam because you say, honestly, like my opinion doesn't matter. Therefore I didn't waste my time forming it. What I do for myself, that matters. Maybe who I associate with in various things, but these kind of like if I were God fantasies are really just fantasies, and this like if I were in charge of the government and we're making the rules is really just fantastical because like even if you were running for Congress, even if you were a congressman already in some sets of power, you still wouldn't have the power to implement your visions in these things. Like if you're your local school board or your teacher, where you do have a little bit of power over these things, like what books are taught in your classes. So I would have more realistic focus and consider that somewhat a waste of time fantasy, focusing on like if I were in charge, what would I do? And so you're not in charge. You're never going to be in charge. Don't waste your time thinking about that. Be more practical. My dad gave me this book. I decided to keep it instead of selling it. I read this Amsterdam, Russell Shorto, A History of Amsterdam. It actually wasn't all that good. It was readable. I gained some information. I liked it when I traveled to Amsterdam. I had friends from Amsterdam. Like, I smoked marijuana for years, maybe enjoyed Amsterdam and the art museums. So I read this book and kept it, but it was actually only mediocre. Here's another book for Amsterdam, Frammer's Amsterdam. I actually traveled to Amsterdam with my parents. It was a very good trip, and gained a lot in the week that we were there. Saw a lot of museums, historical sites. So Frammer's Travel Guide. So this was like an old frenemy of mine, Daniel Barenblatt from Jean-Louis Bourgeois. He was his buddy, and we fell out of touch. And he kind of a conspiracy theorist before like the rise of the alt-right. So I already lost touch with him before the rise of the alt-right in like 2015 or 16, before Trump even won. But this was his main book. I think his father had went to University of Michigan, and like he was close with Jean-Louis Bourgeois, who maybe I'll talk about at a different time. I even have a book from his father-in-law I'm going to show here. But he published this book, 2004, A Plague Upon Humanity, The Hidden History of Japan's Biological Warfare Program. I think I struggled through this. Because it's got forbid some pretty dark stuff about like biological warfare during World War II. I would actually interview. I don't know if I could get back in touch with Daniel Barenblatt. I'm not sure what he's up to with like the rise of the alt-right and various things. If he's still around. I think he did actually go to Harvard. If someone if he sees this or whatever, maybe I would interview Dan Barenblatt and speak with him. I'm not sure if he had would have his tech together now, or maybe to do that. So Veronica Kuzniar, one of the more popular interviews on my channel. I have quite a few of her books. Here is Military History, Best of Collected Works, which is just collected essays on military history. That's what she had her degree in, was military history. Oswald, no, the only Quigley book I've read is Tragedy and Hope, and I did actually read through that. I still have not read any Spengler. Like, I'm familiar with Spengler. You've been mentioning it for a few years now, but I've still not bought like Spengler. I bought Tragedy and Hope when I was doing the Brundlecast show, and he was like, it seemed like a big deal, and Jay Dyer listened to a series, so I bought and read Tragedy and Hope at the time when I was doing the Brundlecast. I know at this point a reasonable amount about Spengler, but I haven't actually bought that. It said like these aren't really the kind of books that I enjoy. I read these books more out of duty. I'm not really like a history or politic buff. I'm more into science, consciousness, Judaism, spirituality, religion. This was an interesting book, Figuring Out the Past. Peter Turchin, 3,495 vital statistics that explain world history. So it was just really like a list, like Church of Entropy. The book is just a list of facts. So like as opposed to prose and a narrative arc, it has just a bunch of lists of facts and data. And Kings and Queens of England and Scotland, a DK book. So I think I bought this in New York. Like a lot of Jews are Anglophiles, and so I wanted to know like the history of the English monarchy, and just bought a simple book on the subject. So put these away. So I cleared off 3 shelves. So hopefully I'm going to show about 3 shelves of books. Hopefully they fit back on my shelves. Yeah, so I organized the rest of my books in a somewhat reasonable fashion, and I put my streams through the end of my library. Well, here, if someone sees this Crazy Wisdom bookstore in Ann Arbor, Crazy Wisdom bookstore. I think they're still around. So Shaman Drums, I'd mentioned how they went out of business, and I bought like hundreds of books off of them in their closing out sale. I think Crazy Wisdom's still around, and they have interesting books on alternative religious movements, spiritual. Okay. Okay, so let's do next, since I got a big crowd, or at least 10 people watching. These should be some of the more interesting stuff for some of the viewership here. These are kind of like books on multiculturalism, American culture, alternative politics. So, some of these I bought related to Luke Ford, and, like most of these books I read in the last 3-4 years, specifically for the purpose of streaming, to be more knowledgeable, and, for the viewers to have more intelligent things to say to you about, the important topics, largely, multiculturalism and diversity. And, Doooovid started out debating in favor of multiculturalism and diversity. I'm still a multiculturalist. I no longer advocate for immigration. I think generally I'm pro-immigration, but I think our government's broken. But I'm no longer publicly advocating for immigration. But I'm still definitely a multiculturalist, and that's how I've pivoted myself for the move into the 21st century. So hopefully some of these books will be pretty interesting. So here, start with these ones from Luke Ford, White Shift, Eric Kaufman. So any of the Luke Ford viewers know this book, and in the alt-right, it is definitely popular book. I mean, he's more, I think he's half Asian, Jewish, and you're probably also pro-immigration and multicultural, but one of the better academic studies of the conspiracy theory of demographic replacement, but however you want to refer to demographic replacement. Eric Kaufman's White Shift. I think when I first debated Vince, who's now on Cozy TV, of the Red Elephants, he had just read this book, and he had this book on the background. So, when I first started debating in Luke Ford and, Brundlecast, I bought this book and I read it. Also, Francis Fukuyama, The Origins of Political Order. Popular book, like Richard Spencer talks a lot about it. It's from pre-human times to the French Revolution. So Japanese author, very popular among political thinkers and, so to say, the alt-right readers that gain from it, but might have some critiques on it. I think there's other Fukuyama books, but so just for the sake of streaming, I read these books so I'd be more knowledgeable and conversant on these important topics. Alt America: The Rise of the Radical Right in the Age of Donald Trump by David Newart. And most of these books are critical on the subject, academic. But just to get a little bit of the feel, I read quite a few books on the subject. So here's Alt America: The Rise of the Radical Right and the Age of Donald Trump by David Newart. God Forbid, Go Back from Where You Came From by Sasha Polokov-Saransky, The Backlash Against Immigration and the Fate of Western Democracy. So, immigration is a big topic. So, a study of the backlash against immigration as a political movement, I would say to a certain extent an alternative, like related to demographic replacement. Immigration is the biggest issue. And of the counter-Semitic arguments that are the most valid, I would say there's numerous counter-Semitic arguments, but I think the counter-Semitic arguments that are the most valid politically are in relationship to immigration, because that is the factual polled issue that Jews care the most about. And you see the modern backlash is probably when I did my Ask the Rabbi #1, everybody that wanted to debate me was on immigration. Vince and the Red Elephants, and Patrick Little, and God Forbid, Handsome Truth, and almost all the counter Semites. The main thing they harp on is immigration. So there's a nice study, Go Back to Where You Came From by Sasha Polokov-Saransky. I think this is I saw this book reviewed on the Unz Report. I had actually bought this book years ago when I was in New York, just because even before I was curious about the idea diverse, because I was always a multiculturalist. So I even bought this book in New York years ago just to learn a little bit more about it. Diversity: The Invention of a Concept by Peter Wood. I don't know if anyone in the chat is familiar with the book, but nice academic history on what is diversity, where does it come from, the history of it, and diversity in various aspects of modern society. Diversity: The Invention of a Concept, Peter Wood. This was also a very good book, because understanding race and ethnicity, it's a very concept. Like I was talking about Hasidim, and how do you saying Hasidim are kind of like sub is pejorative, but it's kind of like a sub race ethnicity of Ashkenazic Jews. So how do you define these various things? And it's very difficult, and you have modern terminology that says race doesn't exist. And so a question like, well, what's the history of race and ethnicity before evolution? And you have like the biblical take. So Race and Ethnicity in the Classical World, an anthology of primary sources in translation. So it's just a collection of the earliest writings on race and ethnicity, starting with Homer, the old genealogies, Josephus, Thucydides, Dionysius, in more, the Roman, the environmental theories, Hippocrates, Herodotus, where you had, so the earliest we call genealogies that were like pagan in origin, where you thought the different groups of descended from different deities. to environmental theories, early environmental theories that said people were different because of different environmental selection, to genetic theories, starting back with Plutarch and Euripides and Plato, Aristotle, to cultural theories, also mostly ancient Greece, Herodotus and Euripides, Josephus, Cicero, Plutarch, and then ethnographies of the various peoples of the ancient world. How were the various peoples of different places referred to in the ancient world? And so this is actually a very good book, and glad I bought it, glad I read it. Encouraged that it's just an anthology of primary sources and translation, race and ethnicity in the classical world. Maybe a topic I'll go more into in the future in various streams. Here's Ethno-Nationalism, The Quest for Understanding by Walker Connor, Princeton University Press. You talk about early scholarship, the British intellectual tradition, American scholarship, post-World War II. So just some scholarly background about what is ethno-nationalism, where does it come from, what does it mean? Princeton book. Takaki, Ronald Takaki, A Different Mirror, A History of Multicultural America. Might have an Asian American perspective, but it also has like an anthology of writings from American presidents and thinkers from the long history. A Different Mirror, A History of Multicultural America, Ronald Takaki. I have in a different section, I may not end up doing those books on Indian history, and I have a whole bunch of ethnographies of Asian Americans in America. So if people are interested, I could show those. Those are pretty good books, but I have them in a separate section, and I didn't include them with my Hindu books, so I'm not sure. I may end up not sharing those. But I have 4 or 5 books about the history of Asian immigrants in America. Also is very interesting in modern ethnographies. Jeremy Kammer, Losing Control, How Left-Right Coalition Blocked Immigration Reform and Provoked the Backlash That Elected Trump. So interesting political take about our broken political reform system in politics, and his theory that basically the failure to enact reasonable immigration reform is what led to the election of Donald Trump. Losing Control by Jerry Kammer. Racial Formation in the United States from the 1960s to the 90s by Michael Ami and Howard Wienat. And this book's already back in 1994. Just talking about the breakdown of racial formation in the United States, 1994, earlier book, Rutledge, professors at UC Berkeley. Alt-Right from 4chan to the White House by Michael Wendling. So, an attempt to like an overview of the various components of the alt-right. This book was published in 2018. Alt-Right from 4chan to the White House by Michael Wendling. And Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook by Mark Bray. The parallel to the rise of the alt-right, the history and rise of Antifa. So, for all the Luke Ford fans out there, people who've seen Doooovid debating, politics or counter-Semitism, most of these books I bought to be academic and beefed up on the subject of multiculturalism and immigration, because, those are probably the 2 most legitimate issues. I mean, obviously, like Adam Green and his, biblical criticism, but in terms of modern politics and, the Jewish question of the Jews' effect on modern day society, I think that, the 2 most legitimate concerns, especially from the European or white counter-Semites, is largely immigration and multiculturalism. Okay, so let me move on to some big books just to get them out of the way. These are my books on law, and my mother's a very prominent bankruptcy attorney. She's retired, but she rose even to be one of the biggest bankruptcy attorneys in Michigan, senior partner at the major law firm in Metro Detroit, and even the head of the debtor creditor section of the Michigan Bar Association. So I never had too much interest to go into law, but I read these books and I bought these books. So most of these books I didn't actually read. Some of them I flipped through, because my mother's a lawyer. I know lots of lawyers. Like I was in yeshiva, an Orthodox Jew. I know countless lawyers. I know like hundreds of lawyers. Literally, I probably know like hundreds of just bankruptcy lawyers, let alone hundreds of lawyers. So, I wanted to have a general understanding of the law and also like, just business, various thoughts of understanding important things to business related to the law. So here, Gilbert Law Summary, Bankruptcy. And I don't think I actually read this. Maybe I flipped through it. And, this is, literally like a law school book. I think some of these I bought at the University of Michigan. Some of them I ordered online, but I used to when I was in University of Michigan. Then for a few years after I graduated, I used to go at the beginning of the semester and look at their books and buy a whole bunch of books. And Memes, thanks for tuning in. So just to be conversant with my mom's profession, I bought a whole bunch of books. Most of these I didn't read, although some of them I've skimmed through. So here's Gilbert Law Summaries, Bankruptcy. Law Outlines, Federal Codes. I also skimmed through this. So, just really books written for people in law school and just an outline book of federal courts. So I think I did actually skim through this book just to know like how the federal court system works, the jurisdictions, the origins, a little bit about procedure, the appointing of judges and various things. Like Doooovid knows like tens of judges, like from my mom and from just being Orthodox Jew. I never went in thought I'd go into law or law school. I have a lot of friends in law school or lawyers. So my mom had like shelves and shelves. My mom knew the legal code backwards and forwards. Like she had memorized thousands of codes, and people would call her, and she was like a walking encyclopedia of legal codes. And now she's retired, thank God, for a few years. So just a subject. So here, Legal Lines, Criminal Law, Key to the Johnson Case Book. So an overview. I forget what the Johnson Case Book even is. So God forbid, I'm not even sure I read this book. If I bought this, or maybe I briefly looked at it. But Legal Lines is the overview of criminal law. Here's West Group case summaries, securities regulation. So Doooovid day traded for a while. You want to be rich. Like real estate is the best way, but to make large sums of money, to get a company and go public. So here's the overview of securities regulation. Important. No, I didn't go to law school. I didn't apply to law school. I thought about it. My mother is a prominent lawyer. So I bought more books. Some of them I've read about half of these. A lot of these ones I didn't read. I think this one I actually read through quite a bit. This is nonprofit organizations, statutes, regulations, and forms. And like very important, a lot of reasons like, synagogues are successful because they have people that understand non-for-profits. You're getting your 501(c), grant writing, and various things. So, like Doooovid has always been involved in charities and non-for-profits, and certainly in the Jewish sector. In Orthodox Jews like synagogue, there's countless organizations that are all registered as non-for-profits, and secular Jews, like almost all Jews for a few years work for non-for-profits, and they have to be registered and funded and fundraising and grant writing and grant proposals. If you like money, even if you don't like money, but just want to be funded, you got to know this stuff. So Doooovid actually read through most of this: nonprofit organization statutes, regulations, and forms. Another good one: international organizations, politics, law, and practice. I think I just skimmed through this, but taking your non-for-profits to international conspiracies, by saying international conspiracies are ran through international organizations, and international organizations have to be properly registered, and there's taxes and implications and all of these various things that like conspiracy. Okay, Doooovid went to yeshiva and synagogues with a bunch of lawyers, but still, when money is transferred, it's all money, large money transactions are usually regulated and taxed, and so important things: Politics, Law, and Practice, International Organizations, Politics, Law, and Practice by Ian Hurd. Another important one, Richard Newman, Transactional Lawyering Skills, Client Interviewing, Counseling, and Negotiation. So, I really kind of always wanted to be a rabbi, and I guess I'm kind of an e-rabbi. So I never became a rabbi. I don't really have any Jews that follow me, maybe some Jewish friends, but all the Jews that I know, they have other rabbis. They're not going to go to me as a rabbi. But I kind of like an e-rabbi. And I think when I say I wanted to be a rabbi, I kind of just wanted to be like a leader. I wanted to, be a servant of God, an emissary of God. And lawyers are very important. Like, lawyers are at the pivoting of management. There's business and finance, but everything generally has to go in accordance with the law, and lawyers are the the gatekeepers of what is in accordance with the law. And politics, everyone wants to run for politics or think about politics, but really politics is ran through the class of lawyers. Almost all politicians are lawyers, and politics is largely a legal functioning. So this book, Transactional Lawyer Skills, Client Interviewing, Counseling, and Negotiation, good book for just lawyer-client personal relationships, or the nature of the lawyer-client relationship, and also things like privilege information, very important concept also in rabbinics, in lawyer-client privilege. My father's a doctor. You have doctor-client privilege. You also have clergy privilege, marriage privilege. No, a lot of these books I haven't read. So this one I read. Most of these books on law I just bought because I thought they were important. I wish I had time to read. So most of these books I'm showing I've read. In fact, the vast majority, almost all the books on my shelf I've read. These books on law, some of them I skimmed through. Some of them I've read, but no, most of these, God forbid, unfortunately, said most of my desires go unfulfilled. And thank God I purified mostly my negative desires. So rather than going out trying to have forbidden sexual relations, or trying to obtain social status or various things, I like to sit at home and read or have intellectual discussions. But even if that time is limited, and these are basically law school books, so these are things I wanted to read and never had the time. Yeah, Wes, I try to be topical. So Saturday night I'll try to do another Ask the Rabbi, but these books these streams, I tried to stick basically straight to the topic. So if you're like a one issue person, you only have one thing that you could speak intelligently about or that interests you, you tune in at a different time, because I'll be focusing this stream exclusively on the topic at hand. God forbid, Doooovid did not waste my time pursuing forbidden relationships. Doooovid pursued my time with intellectual pursuits, and the majority of my desires are unfulfilled. So you say, okay, the majority of everyone's desires are unfulfilled, but what is the majority of your desires? The majority of most people's desires, God forbid, is forbidden sexual relations, money, power, actually things that are forbidden, the things that religiously are forbidden and largely negative. So, Doooovid's desires that remain unfulfilled is reading this book on corporations. Unfortunately, Doooovid's desire to read this book on corporation goes unfulfilled. Maybe one day Doooovid will have time to read these books, and if it was more applicable, as I put these books more in duty. So if you're a lawyer, you're like Jews as management, saying we're management because we make up like a huge amount of lawyers and have read and understand these things, and like Talmudic law doesn't dictate modern society; it's this stuff. And so Alan Pelmeter, Corporation, 6th edition, examples and explanations. You're saying you want to be rich, but this book's not going to make you rich. This book is just going to give you precursory information about the legalities of a corporation. You actually actually open up a business or be an entrepreneurial where you would file for a corporation or understand the purpose of a corporation or what type of corporation you want, or you would seek out a lawyer that you would pay hundreds of dollars an hour to do this for you. And so the type people that read these books are the lawyers that you have to pay hundreds of dollars an hour to do for you. And, so I put this more like, this is not really that interesting. And, it's pretty dry and it's legalistic and it's, code, and there's not much, there is some philosophy behind it, but it's just like, this is how it works. If you want to open up a corporation, this is how you do it. This is the law. You might have opinions or, various questions. But at the end of the day, you want a corporation, you have to follow the law. You have to do it according to the current laws on the books. And so, God willing, Doooovid will have the time to read these books. And so you want to be rich, you want to be powerful. You're going to be rich and powerful because you own a corporation. And more on that. Agencies, partnerships, and LLCs, Daniel Kleinberger. So almost certainly Jewish. However, this is not Talmudic wizardry. This is the current state of U.S. law. If you want to be rich, you want to operate your business, you really need partnerships. You need limited liability. You need agency, and you need contracts, and you need lawyers to do it for you, and understanding of mechanisms of how are you going to make money. What's your business model? What proper legal venue should you have to open up your business? You're going to have a partnership with another person and it's contractual. So, extremely important things, very dry. You're really like most people just pay a lawyer. A handful like entrepreneurial or entrepreneurial guidance, not all lawyers, but business people that might guide people, advise them in these various things. Some things you don't need a lawyer. You just need to, register the forms with the government. But, this is extremely important stuff. Like I speak with Luke Ford or something like that, who, God forbid, never really acquired much wealth. And saying, well, did you open up a company? Did you register an LLC? Did you form a partnership? And, the type things that are necessary for acquiring wealth is owning a business, registering your business, forming partnerships with other people. So agency partners or LLC, Daniel Kleinberger, and bankruptcy and debtor creditor, God forbid, Brian Bloom, probably also Jewish. Hear what happens when the business doesn't go as well as you thought, and you owe a bunch of people money that you can't afford to pay. Bankruptcy, debtor creditor. If you have a bunch of money, you lend people money or you borrow money. Extremely important stuff. Although, my mother's a bankruptcy lawyer. Bankruptcy law is, most people haven't even heard of it. And they only think of bankruptcy after the end, after, like, God forbid, I owe a bunch of people money and I can't pay it back. Thank God there's bankruptcy, let alone the complications of business law. The bankruptcy law has its own separate court system, federal court system, a whole separate court system completely dedicated to bankruptcy. So bankruptcy, debtor creditor, 4th edition. Here, LexisNexis, Understanding Bankruptcy, Ferial and Jenger. So, this is basically a law school textbook, and you might take a course on bankruptcy. So if you're a lawyer just going through law school, you might take a course on bankruptcy to know a little bit about it versus, if you're actually becoming a bankruptcy attorney. So, very important things. Bankruptcy is an extremely important topic. Like bankruptcy didn't exist till a few hundred years ago. God forbid, until 300 years ago, you could have been forced into slavery if you couldn't pay your debt. In the Bible, the punishment for not paying your debt is slavery. God forbid, that's straight up Moses, straight up the Bible. If you borrow money, you owe money, you can't pay it back, you could be forced into slavery in order to pay it back. In America, de Tocqueville and his Democracy in America, until the mid-1800s, you could be put in prison for not paying back your debt. If you borrowed money and you couldn't pay it back, till about 150 years ago, all over the world, you were sent to prison. Not paying back the money you owe landed you in prison. And the U.S. system of bankruptcy was really the first in the whole world that came up with this concept that if you can't pay back your debt, you could declare bankruptcy. You don't have to go to prison. You don't have to become a slave. And the rabbis were against it. God forbid, when they came up with bankruptcy the first time, the rabbis were against it because the Bible says, no, you can't just not pay back your money. The Bible says when you can't pay back your debt, you get sold into slavery, God forbid. So bankruptcy is possibly one of the single most important things of the modern world in America. You think of all like the people complaining right now of the debt crisis and wealth inequality, and you think that a few hundred years ago you would have been forced into slavery, and not God forbid African Americans, anybody. If you just didn't have enough money and you had to come onto debt and then you couldn't pay it back, it was the normal phenomenon all over the world to be forced into slavery or prison. So very important topics. I would like to talk more. It's a very dry topic. My mother's one of the biggest bankruptcy experts in the state, but really only bankruptcy lawyers listen to her. No one cares. But very important topic. So I read this one recently, just a review. This is an older book that my mother gave me. You and the Law, Reader's Digest, and pretty long book, 800 pages, an overview of the U.S. legal system, and has what is the law, personal rights and obligation, protection against wrongs, protection against crime and criminal charges, personal property contracts and purchases, your automobile, your home, apartment, and real estate, your family, your profession, business, Social Security, your money, credit, and investments, your estate, will, and death, and your lawyer. So just a Reader's Digest, 800-page overview of what you as an American citizen should know about the law. And like, God forbid, a lot of these times, like, you don't know and you have to hire a lawyer if something happens, and sometimes it's too late. You're like, oh man, if I'd only known. Just relation to owning a house, owning a car, coming into dispute with other people, owning a business, disputes with your employer or employees, and what happens when you die, in wills and estates, or God forbid if someone commits a crime against you, or if you commit a crime against another person. So good overview, You and the Law, Reader's Digest. Alan Dershowitz, America on Trial, Inside the Legal Battles That Transformed Our Nation. Alan Dershowitz. So nice overview of some of the important law cases in American history. This is a popular book. I actually did read this one, Law's Empire by Ronald Dworkin. And I think this is like a popular book that a lot of people entering law school read. And here's an overview of the philosophical, historical background of, what is law, how is it interpreted, what is jurisprudence, conventionalism, and integrity, pragmatism, common law, statutes, constitution. So, good overview for people that are going into law school or just want to know the philosophical, historical background of the modern legal concepts. Law's Empire by Ronald Dworkin. Easy review for federal income tax. God forbid, Donald Trump, if you want to be rich, you're going to pay taxes, a lot of it. And, even if you're not rich, you're going to pay taxes. And, so just a quick overview of quick guide to what to know about federal income taxes, authoritative overview and explanation of key topics, Law Review Publishing. I read this one also, Oliver Wendell Holmes, early Supreme Court Justice, The Common Law, famous book on, foundational of America. It was published Wendell Holmes, 1881. So I think it was published in 1881 in his overview, Common Law, 1881, History of American legal systems. Oliver Wendell Holmes, a long-term serving Supreme Court. Maybe he was Chief Justice. I to review my history. Here, Essential, Chapter 11, Reorganizing American Businesses. This is what my Elizabeth Warren. So Senator Elizabeth Warren, the only bankruptcy attorney in the Senate. My mother, did Chapter 11, commercial business law, something like Chapter 7 or the very Chapter 13, Chapter 9. But Chapter 11 is the main form of business restructuring and organization. And Elizabeth Warren literally wrote the book. She's a professor at Harvard. And here I have this one. My mom gave it to me because she's in it. So bankruptcy, litigation, and dispute resolutions. And my mom has a chapter in this book. So I didn't read the whole book, but I just read the chapter that my mom wrote, Using the Powers of Bankruptcy to Solve Litigation Disputes. Okay, so put these back on the shelf. Okay, so moving on here. I have some books on chess history. So Doooovid actually, I used to have a lot of books on chess, like actual chess books, like on how to improve at chess, openings or various things. My father has a very large chess book collection. Maybe eventually I will try to do a tour of my father's chess book collection. I had about 50 chess books that were, literally just chess books about strategy, just about the game. And I gave them all away to the Detroit City Chess Club, which we will be back soon at the end of January. So I just kept the ones on history. So here are books on chess history. So this one, Chess Masterpieces, 1,000 Years of Extraordinary Chess Sets by Dr. George Jean here in Metro Detroit, who helped found the Chess Museum Hall of Fame. Pictures. He is a local doctor, University of Michigan alumni, right here in my neighborhood. I've met him. And he started, when he got married, buying a new chess set every year. And over the years, developed one of the best chess set collections in the whole world. Here, The Kings of New York. A year among geeks, oddballs, and geniuses who make up America's top high school chess team. And this is, I think, the Murrow, the Edward Murrow chess team in Brooklyn that included sorry, name slipping me. It went on to be Alexander Lenderman, who came to Metro Detroit. I have him on my YouTube channel. I think Irina Krush also went to Edward Murrow, and they had one of the top chess teams. So just a biography of theirs. Birth of the Chess Queen, A History, Marilyn Yeoman, mediocre book. Also, The Immortal Game, A History of Chess, also just a mediocre book. This one's more the textbook. This one's from like 100 years ago. The 1913 edition, H.J.R. Murray's A History of Chess, known to be the most authoritative, complete history of chess. And from Sunil Wardamantra, Doooovid's coach. Doovovid helps work, in Detroit chess coaching through Sunil Wardamantra. I have on my YouTube page, Nakamura's stepfather, probably the most famous chess coach in the world, and helps organize the chess coaches here in Metro Detroit. Great moves, learning chess through history. So it has basic lessons of chess, but also historical review of famous games. So just in my history section, I said I donated all of my chess books to the Detroit City Chess Club, but I kept my chess history books. Okay, let's keep it going. So now I'm going to look at my public policy books. So a lot of these books come from University of Michigan. Some of these were actually books from courses I took, but most of them were just books that I found that were for other classes in University of Michigan. And public policy, a very important topic, and something that I've constantly. I used to think a lot more about it and tried to study it, and especially when I was in university and followed more politics, and then later I kind of fell away from reading it. I don't even know the last time I read a book on public policy, but I'm glad I did. So I know a reasonable amount on an academic level about public policy, because thank God I did read these books. So Doovovid has a good education, went to good schools. I mentioned this book before. This is from a course in University of Michigan on STEM policy, Beyond Sputnik, U.S. Science Policy in the 21st Century, called Beyond Sputnik, because most of the funding for science in the U.S. came after Russia launched Sputnik. And then President Kennedy at the time created the U.S. space program to catch up with Russia. It has a longer history, I mentioned the Flexner report for medicine from the book on the U.S. medical system. And also, I want to write more. Like, hopefully, I'm going to open up Doooovid.com, and for my larger area of interest, which is the science of consciousness, I will be talking at length about the cognitive revolution and the creation of cognitive sciences, and like DARPA military research and cognitive sciences is also related to the Sputnik, the period of government funding. So this book was pretty expensive as a university textbook, but pretty good book. Beyond Sputnik, U.S. Science Policy in the 21st Century. And, Doooovid's an engineer. I'm involved in chess coaching and math and various things, for America to get ahead. Science education is extremely important. Here's Governing Health, the Politics of Health Policy. So I was at University of Michigan when President Obama and the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, was going through. And, I even took courses in the School of Public Health. I took even a graduate course in public health. Professor Lichtenstein, I think, good man. And so I think this is a John Hopkins book, but, just Governing Health, the Politics of Health Policy is still very important. Trump ran on repealing Obamacare and partially repealed it. But now the medical system and health insurance and government, largely sets prices and controls almost all aspects of medicine. So, just understanding the complications of health policy, governing health, the politics of health policy, Weezart and Weezart. Maybe I should have put this with my psychology books. So this book is more about education it's not like a history of education and policy. I have some books on that. But not that one. So I'll put that with my psychology books and show it later. That one I read. So this book is really a great book. And it said Doooovid used to work for a wealthy eccentric in Manhattan, Jean-Louis Bourgeois, who took his mother's name. His mother was the famous artist, sculptress Louise Bourgeois, and he was an eccentric millionaire, and I did work for him in various fields for years. Kept contact. I think he's still alive. I haven't spoke with him for years. We lost touch after I moved away from New York, although I still kept touch with him on the phone for years. I even tried to get him in streaming and to get Babs to go to his house and set up streaming for him, but it didn't work out. And but his grandfather was Goldwater. He was cousins with Barry Goldwater, and his grandfather S.S. Goldwater, I think, was like Sigmund Goldwater, was the head of hospitals in all of New York City. And he'd been at Mount Sinai, the Jewish hospital, and then became head of the organization of all the hospitals in New York City. And he wrote a book on hospitals about somewhat construction. A little of it has about construction and planning, but most of it is just, what's the theory of a hospital, coordination, governance, city administration, financial aspects. And this book is an old book. He passed away in 1942. So I guess maybe it was published after his death. It would have been a collection of essays, 1947. So I think it was published after his death, 1947. So Sigmund Goldwater, important man in the organization of hospitals in New York City, in his book on hospitals. And very interesting topic. Maybe at a future time we talk more about it. Or I could do streams on medicine and healthcare, but related to public policy, very important topic. Here's another book on understanding health policy, a clinical approach. Bodenheimer and Grumbach. So this book is written, I think, for medical school students, and the type like, how is healthcare organized? How do you get paid? And how do you define quality, prevent illness, long-term care within the system of U.S. healthcare? So an important book, health policy, modern politics. Our system's basically broken. Jim Bowden, like, Doooovid was not alive during Fisher-Spassky. I mean, of course, I remember Fisher-Spassky. Like, I've heard about it. It's one of the most important things in chess history. In fact, if you want to pop on, Jim, I have another, like, 20 minutes of books. But if you want to pop on, Jim, today, we could pop on. Or if you're going to be around a while, maybe come back in 20, 30 minutes and let me finish my books. But, you're like, the political system in the U.S. is broken. It said immigration is extremely important, but health policy is probably one of the most single important issues in the U.S. One of the reasons that led to Obama being elected, even President Trump, was supportive of some sort of national health, form like welfare state or regulation. So very important. Collision course, federal education policy meets state and local realities. So here's about education policy and federal guidelines for local education. Here's another important book, John Thalen, A History of American Higher Education. I have somewhere another book, A History of the Community College. I'm not sure where I put that, but important book. Of the major political issues, like health, education, law, immigration, taxes, see what's happening with the House. And I've kind of given up on the political system. Like, I got involved with, Lou Ford and like libertarian, alt-right, Charles Moskowitz. And like, we don't even talk about, I've been talking with Charles Moskowitz for 2 years and we never talk about policy. Our system is so broken. No one ever talks about policy. Like, Doooovid was a nerd. Doooovid, like, studied and understands policy. Like, when Obamacare came out, Doooovid actually read through most of, like, the legislation for like a period of time. Like during President Obama, I actually read like thousands and thousands of pages of legislation. But our system is so broken that the book, I have a book called The History of the Community College. And I mean, it might have something to do with communitarianism, but I'm saying it's an actual like long overview history of how the community college came into being, its funding, its implication. It's a policy book for students in public policy. Community colleges are largely funded by the government, and so it's not like it's more a policy book. There's mentioned, like, Charles Moskowitz is indicative of the system. People get into politics. People get into politics historically were lawyers and understood policy and how to read policy. So here, I got this at University of Michigan, Oxford book, Healthcare Reform in American Politics, What Everyone Needs to Know, Lawrence Jacobs and Theda Skopel. And, Jim, like, I've taken courses, like Doooovid took close to 1,000 courses on edX, and I took like 50 courses in Australia. And Australia has extremely good healthcare, like national healthcare, health coverage. Australia has some of the best care for autistic people in the whole world. Some form of nationalized health system. Like, America's political system is so broken that there is no discussion on policy. Like, there's no budget, there is no policy. It's just broken, corrupt institutions. Corporations, or where we could discuss it more. But when Doooovid was younger, like, I actually studied policy, public policy. My cousin got her degree in public policy, and I was thinking of getting a degree in public policy, but I said there's no work. You can't get a job in public policy anymore, because our system is so broken that there is no such thing as public policy. It's just this corrupted system of kickbacks and bribes in elections, and God forbid, like boomers like Charles Moskowitz that never talk about policy, because it's all about elections and fundraising for elections and things that have nothing to do with policy. And once they're in office, they don't do anything about policy. And I didn't even the people who were excited about Obama. Obama was a Harvard Law graduate who, to some extent, was like a policy wonk, and really, like the main accomplishment of President Obama was Obamacare, the Affordable Health Care Act that had a lot of problems, and Trump repealed large parts of it. And our system is so broken, but health policy is probably up there. It's still probably the single most important issue in American policy, American politics. But these days our system's so broken, you don't even hear anything about it. And like my father's a doctor, I know hundreds of doctors, and it sucks. The red tape, the insurance. For every doctor or nurse, you have like 5 people on staff filling out paperwork, and all those various things. Like our system in the U.S. is broken, and like I spent years of my life, just looking back. I haven't looked at these books in years. Like I read these books about a decade ago when Obama got elected, and there was some excitement about changing America, and like Bernie Sanders. But I mean, Bernie Sanders is kind of like corrupted and incompetent. I mean, I like Bernie Sanders; he sounded good, but he was like incompetent. He wouldn't be able to actually run or implement policy. So like I actually like policy. Like I'm that kind of like geek where I would read about policy and how to implement it. Here's another important book. I think one of these guys is actually a U of M professor. I think my brother actually had this book. My brother's alumni of the U of M business school. I think I bought this book in the U of M library, read it, Taxing Ourselves, A Citizen's Guide to the Debate Over Taxes. So, like I've been going up, public policy, extremely important topic, but like almost useless in modern society. Like, most like alt-right boomer politics like Trump in elections and like Israel. There's no talk. Like you turn on like CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, you don't hear anything about policy. On YouTube, on the internet, you don't hear anything about policy. Even Brookings Institute, like these days, like maybe like Brookings Institute, you'll still hear a little bit about policy. But even like the Brookings Institute is largely given up on policy in America. That's why, God forbid, like Doooovid, who spent years of my life trying to study this stuff, you basically think America's over. Like, we're going to balkanize and like we're done for, God forbid. But, like years ago, people interested in American politics would have read a book like this to try to understand like how the tax system works and the various debates. And this, like, although it's an MIT book, like University of Michigan book, it would have tried to be like a little even-handed between, the various possibilities and who supports it and who does it benefit, and the cost-benefit analysis. And like, so I mean, God forbid, it's depressing, to think about these books and the current system, our government, where they're like policy is dead. Like God forbid, our country is broken, the political system is broken. You never hear actual debates about policy anymore. Another one, Energy in America, a tour of our fossil fuel culture and beyond. So Ingrid Kelly, Vermont. This is a Shaman Drum book. It's a pretty good book. University of Vermont Press. It's an overview of the layout of the fossil fuel industry and energy across the U.S. and policy. I'm going to put that with my psychology. It's another simple book, How to Be President, What to Do, and Where You Go Once You're in Office by Stephen Williams. Just kind of like a cute overview about the dynamics of day-to-day life of what it's actually like to be the president of the United States, and all the current policies in the United States. Ecology and Socialism, Solution to Capitalist Ecological Crisis. I got this by like a socialist club meeting when I was a student at University of Michigan. Someone came. I even have it autographed, Chris Williams. So I even got to David. In Hope and Struggle for a Better World, 2012, Chris Williams, Ecology and Socialism, Solutions to Capitalist Ecological Crisis. He makes some good points that I largely agree with. And, one of the big points in current politics is that socialism is a better system for protecting the environment. I mean, there's a lot of politics behind it, capitalism and consumption culture, looking at maybe like some of the European countries, but if you look at some of the ecological problems facing the world, that there's really no capitalist solution for it. So this was a University of Michigan, like the Socialist Student Club, brought in a speaker, and he made some good points about socialism being the best economic system to political system for dealing with the ecological problems that we're facing. Marijuana, John Hudak. So he actually came to University of Michigan. Doooovid, like Ford School of Public Policy, President Ford, Gerald Ford, was from Michigan, alumni University of Michigan, played football at University of Michigan, and so there's the Ford School of Public Policy. I took classes there. I used to go to the lectures. Even after I graduated for years, I went to the lectures there. John Hudak from the Brookings Institute came in and spoke about marijuana, and he wrote a book on marijuana and public policy, just related to regulation, the current state of the public policy debate around marijuana. So it felt good to go over these books on public policy, things that I thought about in the past, and God forbid our current broken system here in the United States. Okay. Okay, so here are my books on literature. And Doooovid has very few books on literature. Doooovid never reads fiction. Like, I haven't read fiction since high school. I had like class assignments to write papers on, and I couldn't even read. I'm literally like incapable of reading fiction. I just can't do it. So the only fiction book I own is The Last Ember by Daniel Levin. And I actually have this I think I had it autographed. Oh, so actually I bought this for my mother. Actually, I never gave it to my mom. I guess I autographed it to my mother. Maybe I'll give it to my mom. For Judy, to a mother of a true protector of history, Dan Levin, in 2009. I got this autograph back in 2009. Doooovid was in Israel with Dan Levin. Dan Levin went to University of Michigan, and we were on Orsimac tour in 1996 together, and met up when we were at University of Michigan the next year. And then he went on to like Harvard Law School to clerk. And then he wrote a fiction book, and it was very popular, The Last Ember by Daniel Levin. And so this is the only fiction book that I own. I sell fiction books. I actually have hundreds or even thousands of fiction books for sale. And I also, like when I was younger and more ambitious, I thought I would try to commit to memory. Like I hate fiction, like really, but I thought that I would try to commit to memory the most important, the Norton Anthology of World Masterpieces. So I bought these years ago, the Norton Anthology of World Masterpieces, and but never really. I maybe glimpsed through some of the ancient ones, but I couldn't even read those. Like Doooovid is not a fiction guy. Although this book I remember I got in New York. Pretty good book. The Theory of the Novel, A Historical Approach by Michael McKeon, edited. So it's a collection of essays on the theory of a novel, on I don't think I actually read this one. So now I might pull this out to try to read the books that I plan on reading. So more on literature theory, and I think I just bought the book because I thought like the theory of a novel. And now that I've gotten more into narrative identity, I thought maybe I would read that just to educate it. So I was not a novel guy, fiction guy, but a little bit I like on narrative identity, the narrative. Now that I'm doing more writing, or the theory of the novel. This one's an interesting book. I did read it. In Praise of Anti-Heroes, Figures and Themes in Modern European Literature, 1830 to 1980. And I've mentioned the hero's journey in Joseph Campbell, and the concept of the rise of anti-heroes. So this one I actually did read, which is an overview of the rise of the anti-hero. This woman, Susan Shapiro, she's a teacher at the New School, writes for the New York Times. She's alumni from the school I went to in Metro Detroit. So I went to the event, got autographed. See this 2015 with gratitude. Thanks for coming, Susan Shapiro. Only as good as your word. Writing lessons from my favorite literary gurus. So she's a writing teacher, popular teacher at the New School. You could see her on like YouTube. She's politics and prose and various things. Popular teacher at the New School, published author. But she's alumni of the School for the Gifted I went to here in Metro Detroit. And another book that she wrote, To David with Gratitude and Good Karma, Susan Shapiro, 2018. So I went to see her a few times. She comes back to Metro Detroit to speak occasionally. The Byline Bible, get published in 5 weeks. So and watch Church of Entropy Week in Review talked about this, but Susan Shapiro book on how to get published, popular teacher at the New School, comes to Metro Detroit, and I sometimes go to hear her speak. And also the Penguin Dictionary of Literary Terms and Literary Theory. And so just a dictionary. I don't even know if I've even used this, but I kept it for reference occasionally. So Doooovid just doesn't read fiction. It's not in my psyche to even think about, but I do have a few books on literary theory. Actually, I'm going to give this to I'm going to show it to my mom. I wonder if I'm going to put this aside, give it to my mom. I guess if I got an autograph for her and never gave it to her, God forbid. Okay, winding down here. So here is books on politics in Europe and the state. And so these are books that I've read, interesting books. So here, Political Change in Southeast Asia, just an academic overview of how different government systems work in various countries and how they've changed over the last few decades. This was published in 2013, and it includes Indonesia, Timor, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Burma, Myanmar, and just their political change, current political systems. Beyond Subculture, Pop, Youth, and Identity in a Post-Colonial World by Rupa Howell. I think this is an Eastern European book, talking about Far East Asia, talking about former British colonies and current social movements, pop culture, Western influence in former British colonies in the Far East. this is a pretty good book. The Social Construction of Difference and Inequality, Race, Class, Gender, and Sexuality by Tracy Orr. Important topic about different forms of inequality related to critical theory and race, class, gender, and sexuality. Social Construction of Difference and Inequality. Citizen Politics, Public Opinion in Political Parties and Advanced Industrial Democracies, Russell Dalton. I think these are books I got at the University of Michigan bookstore. So these books would have been like textbooks at University of Michigan. So just talking about the nature of public opinion in political parties and advanced industrial nations. Russell Dalton, Citizen Politics. Here's Muller, Conservatism. Jerry Muller, Anthology of Social and Political Thought from David Hume to Present. Muller also taught a teaching company course on this subject. So I think I listened to his teaching company course, and I bought this to go along. So just important, the intellectual background to modern conservatism. The European Union, Readings and Theory from the Practice of European Integration, Nelson and Stubb. So this book, this is 2003. I bought this back when I was in New York. And the EU has changed quite a bit then. But, just a intro book, and another book on Europe Recast, A History of the European Union by Desmond Dinner. And this book is also 20 years old. But, it's an important general topic. Good to have some basic knowledge on the history and functioning of the EU. Fundamentalism and the State. Remaking Policies, Economics, and the Military. Martin Marty and Appleby. And it's an anthology, collected lectures about fundamentalism in the state, remaking policies, economics, and militants. So, interesting collection of essays. Okay, so I got about 10 books left. I'm actually reorganized. I put these on my shelf in a way different than I think I want them, but I'll do that after I end the stream. So here's, I guess, books on maps. So here I showed this earlier, Martin Gilbert, The Atlas of American History. Here's Rand McNally, Atlas of American History. And here's a few interesting books. The Revenge of Geography, What the Map Tells Us About Coming Conflicts in the Battle Against Fate by Robert Kaplan. So very important, just kind of like geology is destiny, and how nations, countries are aligned in the important factors of geology and environment and various things that affect politics on a world stage. Tim Marshall, The Age of Walls, How Barriers Between Nations Are Changing Our World. So just like, Donald Trump and Build the Wall. So overview of walls and barriers all over the world. Here's another Tim Marshall book, Prisoners of Geography, 10 Maps That Explain Everything Around the World. So the other book is The Revenge of Geography. And this one, has 10 maps, and just looks at very specifically 10 important points around the world in the various continents that in the main geographic factors that are determinant of politics. Tim Marshall, here, American Nations, A History of the 11 Rival Regional Cultures in North America. Colin Woodward, say that dividing America into different sections. A lot of experts say 11 different sections, and geographic and cultural differences between those sections in America. And this one I just finished recently, interesting book. I think my dad gave me this, Simon Garfield, On the Map, a mind-expanding exploration of the way the world looks, which is kind of like a history of maps. So a pretty interesting book. Just finished this one recently. Okay, Jim, just got a few more books. So if you want to pop on, Jim, I'll be 10 more minutes. I actually have, I could go over the teaching company courses also, because a lot of my information on these subjects comes from more the teaching company than books. So here's critical theory, Alan Howe. So even though I went to the, like I mentioned, Susan Shapiro, I went to a school, based on critical theory. I hadn't really studied it till, Luke Ford and like the alt-right and, like the JQ in critical theory. So here I got a book on critical theory, Alan Howe. It's actually autographed. I bought it used, but I guess whoever bought it and got an autographed copy didn't mind selling it anyways. So I bought a used copy that appears to be autographed. So just the introduction to critical theory, Alan Howe. And here's another one. I read this actually twice recently when I wrote my essay on critical theory. I reread this one, Introduction to Critical Theory, Hockheimer to Habermas by David Held. Here, Vision and Method in Historical Sociology by Skopel. I think this was a University of Michigan textbook, a Cambridge book, but one I got at the University of Michigan. Bowden, maybe Jim knows this book, That Noble Dream, The Objectivity Question, and the American Historian Profession, Peter Nowak. I think Luke Ford, he's written other books, Peter Nowak, but the rise, what is history, and the rise of history in America, Peter Nowak, That Noble Dream, the Objectivity Question, and the American Historical Profession. I read this one recently, pretty good, interesting book, The History of History, Heritage and Challenge, the History and Theory of History, and basically the history of historical theory. And Jacques Derrida, Cosmopolitanism and Forgiveness. So Derrida, obviously linguistics, the father of deconstructionism. However, he's wrote books on other topics. So this one, Cosmopolitan as Forgiveness, is talks about the tensions between refugees and asylum rights and ethnic hospitality. So actually interesting. I mean, Derrida was obviously in France, and so it's a foresight into future problems that are facing us now. I'm actually going to put this aside to read again. So I'm actually going to read that book again. Okay, so these are books. What we got you here, Jim?
Hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Oh, perfect, Jim.
You want to give me... Good morning. Oh, good evening to you, I should say.
Hey, great. You want to give me 5 minutes to just do my last?
Yes, book? Certainly. Go ahead. No, I'm fine. Love it. Love it.
These are books that I haven't read yet. I think this one I'd started. It's an older book, but may be important for changing America. Why parties, the origins and transformations of political parties in America. Obviously now we have Democrats and Republicans. That wasn't always the case. We had Whigs and the anti-Mason parties, and eventually became the Democrats and then the Republicans. But just the nature of why we have parties and the origins of that. I'd mentioned this one, I put aside because the American Idea, 150 Years of the Best Articles from the Atlantic Monthly. Debating the Good Society, Andrew Bird, Bard Schmuckler, A Quest to Bridge America's Moral Divide. So I haven't looked at this one yet, but this MIT Press book. Here was another University Michigan textbook that I bought from the bookstore Shaman Drums when it went out of business, The Society of Text, Hypertext, Hypermedia, and the Social Construction of Information. So I'm not even sure where this book belongs, but I bought this book recently because it's an important topic, but this is a huge textbook, like over 1,000 pages on social stratification, important topic, and I'll hand it to Jim in a second, but just to understand social stratification as opposed to economic stratification, and so I bought a whole big textbook on it. Who knows, I'll have time to read it. Human Politics and Method of Inquiry by Ithiel de Sola Pool. I'm not sure. This is like a logic book. I don't remember when I bought this book, but I put it aside. I haven't had a chance to read it. Also, time to look. This looks like another book on like the media, the Prestige Press, a comparative study of political symbols. Ithiel de Sola Pool. So MIT Press. So to look more into it. And here's a textbook I bought and never had a chance to look at. Mass Media in a Changing World, History, Industry, and Crossover. Just, bought, said time is limited. So, with that, I'm glad to have Jim here. And, just thinking that, life goes by and the majority of our desires are unfulfilled. And that could be in any things like material desires, social desires, sense gratification, but also intellectualism, just on all these topics of study that I wished I had more time to study, but time is short. But thank God, been enjoying going over my books, and hopefully it's going to free my headspace to push forward in my own area of research, and think through like what have I actually studied and accomplished. And so appreciate this is your first time here, Jim. So if you want, I'll even give you a full screen and you could introduce yourself, whatever information you want to say, what you think is relevant to people who watch Doooovid. I guess you're like Luke Ford, maybe you found me on theirs, but I have a wide different network of people who follow my content, and obviously you're an intellectual and bibliophile, although besides for that, so whatever information, please introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Jim Bowden from Sydney, Australia. You know my short biography. I'm a lawyer. I've got 3 undergraduate degrees. I've got a Bachelor of Laws, Bachelor of Education, and Bachelor of Arts, majoring in, or tripled majored. I was a real masochist. Basically, political science for 4 years at ANU, Australian National University, and Sydney University, and also Macquarie University. Then I did modern history, European modern history from 1789, German, French, Russian, and English literature and history, which was a very interesting course. It's no longer running, unfortunately. And so that was my love for classical literature, I suppose. Gogol, Dostoevsky, Flaubert, Beaumarchais, Shakespeare, etc., etc. And the other thing is, since then, got 4 children, practicing lawyer, semi-retired, 3 boys and a girl. One is a doctor. He's in London. He's engaged to an Irish girl. I haven't seen him for 3 years. What does he do? COVID and all that. So he's coming. I'm looking forward, and so is my wife, to the reunion. My other girl, she's married, grandfather, 2 kids. There I'm doxing myself and telling everyone what I am. But there's no shame. I'm not afraid of the truth or whatever I say. So
no, congratulations on that. And
she's a criminologist. Didn't want to do law, which is great. And the other son is
in relation to streaming, and because I think we probably came across each other through Luke Ford, or maybe,
Yeah.
if you want to explain why you follow, the various content. I'm not sure if, we end up in the same circles. I saw you on the Crucible, or Claire, if it's Luke Ford that brings you, or if you followed like dissident debates in America,
Well,
starting with like Worski or the alt-right movement.
absolutely. What I'm interested in following both the left and the right. I think mediocrity, which is being, people say I'm a sort of a center person. To me, in terms of politics, I'm talking about, doesn't mean anything. In other words, you believe in anything and everything. That's my personal view. But the extremism of loony left or loony right, I think it's a psychological study in itself. I think, not being a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but it is interesting how people think outside the box and what's happening. So that's my interest. Again, law is the means of making money and living. My wife's a lawyer also, but she works for legal aid. She does all crime. As I said, the other two boys, one is gallivanting, the youngest one, around the world, traveling in Europe at the moment. So spending my money. There you are. That's a short biography, but I am interested
streaming.
In streaming. Look, I haven't got time. I'm actually fixing up my office now. I'm officially sort of off work, but I'm working and cleaning up my office of all the files and so forth. But
what kind of content have you been watching? When did you start watching it?
Oh yes, certainly.
Certainly Luke Ford, because I think we came to each other through Luke Ford. How long have you been familiar with Luke Ford?
A few years now, 2 or 3 years at least, I'd say. I've been following Worski and all the other people in the alt-right, and etc. Some of them are totally Looney Tunes, but others have some sort of a semblance, I think. For example, that young man, I think, what's his name?
Nicholas Fuentes?
Yeah, Fuentes, yeah. I mean, he's got potential. He's very, very smart, witty, but again, in his Christian nationalism or Catholicism, I think is not conducive to American current politics. I don't think, anyway. I think that America.
We talk more about it. I mean, we finished your bio, but I mean, say that's what I was making about the books on policy. That, I tried to express the point to Luke Ford when we were talking about the man he knew from who wrote the book on conservatism, but Ronnie Goldman, that politics is about winning elections versus policy, and they're very different. Like, policy is much different than electoral victories, and so someone like Nicholas Fuentes, who might have the personality or networking skills to create a political movement, to the point of someone like you as a lawyer who might actually understand politics. And I was saying the system in the U.S. is largely broken. You don't even hear about policy. So the question, for someone like Fuentes isn't, does he understand the political system? Could he implement policy? How much does he know? But really, could he win? And unfortunately, there's really no one who understands, you're a lawyer, or probably know quite a bit about policy technocracy, but you couldn't win. There's no chance, even a local election or the personality networking in the current system of mass American politics. So it just became completely different. And the reason people fall behind Fuentes is just because he might be able to win, and which is almost more important than the policy. And that's why I said when I was going over the books on policy that I had read over the last few decades, that policy is when Trump came to office, policy completely fell off the map. You don't even hear anyone talk about that. And even Fuentes, that's why I say he's a figure, because he's just well, maybe he could win. And I tried to express that to Luke Ford, who probably is a little halfway, but he thinks about policy, but he also he's not a lawyer. He doesn't have a background in business or actually the minutia of operating a business, the micromanagement. So he's focusing on rise and fall of personalities, that you might actually be able to win elections.
Mm, mm.
I don't
Just
know if in Australia it's so much like that. If you actually have, like debates or like the public at large. I mean, Australia seems to be relatively well ran. In America, the last decade has really fallen off the cliff in that sense that like Edward Dutton and you had on my channel. You probably seen him also in his.
yes, I know him. Yes, when I say I know
Was
him,
the
yes.
point is reverse Flynn effect and the crisis of competence. So in America, we face the crisis of competence and like can someone come in and competently run the U.S. government? Well, like no one's competent, and the only question is, well, can they get the majority of votes to win an election and come to power? And it's more about the culture wars than actual policy.
Mm.
I'm assuming you're basically a policy guy.
Absolutely. Look, just to finish my how I met yourself and Luke. As you know, I've got few Jewish friends in the legal profession, and and my interest in Judaism is that's how I sort of got onto Luke. He's a convert to Judaism. Then you sort of popped in, and so I was asking very trolly sort of questions, provocative questions. You might even these days could border on being classified as a persona non grata, but that's my general interest in there. But getting back to your point, as you were saying, America, as I see it from my perspective and my judgment, it is on a cusp, I think, of a revolution. Probably not in my lifetime, but the segregation in terms of wealth, in terms of ownership, in terms of the mindset, is frightening. Maybe I'm mistaken in that. There's basically the west and east coast of America and the flyby states underneath, which are not taken care of. The deep south and all that is centrally is decaying as we speak. Classical example is your place, Detroit, in Illinois. I mean, on the lakes used to be industrial, Ford
The
factory.
Rust Belt, usually referred
Now
to.
it's the homeless is just atrocious. I think what I see. I don't know. I've never been there, but that's the
I
situation.
mean, America is a big place, so that there's not that much of a homelessness problem because there's been population decline. When you get down to like Philadelphia and New York, but in like like the Rust Belt, the old manufacturing center, uh, there's been population decline with the decline of industry. So there's so many vacant buildings and houses that there's not really a homelessness problem. So in the Detroit, um, like God forbid, there aren't really any homeless because there's like 40,000 abandoned houses. So like if you're homeless in Detroit, you could just squat in an abandoned house, and that's related to the decline of industry. So it's further south in other urban areas that didn't have manufacturing in the first place, where you have larger homelessness, like Philadelphia is one of the places, or the West Coast. But specifically, like Metro Detroit, like Flint, we've had population decline year after year, and even wealthier neighborhoods have abandoned houses. So homelessness isn't our problem. But yes, America's territorially a huge place. So but
330
the kind of
million people.
infrastructure,
Yes,
and
yes.
it's cold here. So I mean, generally the homeless people prefer warmer places, or if they're going to be in a place like New York or Philadelphia, it's because there's more urban centers. But like they call the Rust Belt the northeast part of America, where manufacturing used to be, uh, might be similar to places in England. So it's a similar problem in like Liverpool. I think Liverpool is the sister city to Detroit. Also former industrial center where the industry has died, and there's probably a lot of abandoned facilities and maybe even population decline. I mean, from what I know, Australia was never much of a manufacturer place in the first place.
Oh no, no. Oh, we only had resources. Literally, look. The good thing about Australia, I think, we've got everything: bauxite, uranium, coal, gold, you name it, every rare earth material like Africa and Australia, and it's in that we are simply exporting our resources. That's why Australia is it's only 25 million people. As they say, America sneezes, Australia catches a cold. So we've always been a colony of America, loyal followers of England and America. That's basically it in terms of that. But could I sort of digress and ask you about the current issue with the Republicans and the House Speaker? What's happening there? I mean, they still can't elect. What's going on in Washington?
Well, just from the technocratic aspect of the procedure, the majority leader is elected with a majority vote that includes Democrats and Republicans and requires 218 votes. The House has 435 seats, and there's currently
20 descendants or something.
222 Republicans and 213 Democrats. And presumably none of the Democrats are going to vote for a Republican speaker. So you need 218 out of the 222 Republicans to vote for the speaker, and the minority leader had been Kevin McCarthy, who relatively is, I think he only's been elected like in 2006, but he was the minority leader when the Republicans were the minority and Trump backed, and there's not really that many big personalities in the House Republican Party. So it's basically Kevin McCarthy. However, they need.
There's another guy, Jordan. I think his name is Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, but the amount of support he has is minimal. Like he only got like 20 votes. So the key point is that you need 218 out of the 222 Republicans to because they have such a slim majority. So they've had.
Right.
I haven't seen the news since I started streaming. They had 5 votes, and it actually went down. The first vote he had maybe like 206, and then he got 202. And ironically, it's McCarthy is already considered further right, although these days like right-left dichotomy, like he's like a Trump Republican. As I was saying, in policy, the political system is basically broken. So historically, what you think would be like further right is not even clear. But the more extreme people have been refusing to vote for him, and until they do, they can't declare a House Speaker. And if you give a comparison to Israeli politics, Netanyahu had enough votes for the coalition with the right-wing coalition, but once Netanyahu came to power, basically the power of the minority people in the coalition is limited, so that they extracted the majority of the concessions before they agreed to the coalition. So if you were following Israeli politics with Netanyahu, he has 30 days to make a coalition, then he extended another 15 days, and it really came down to the wire till Netanyahu got the coalition. It was because the minority members knew that once they're in the coalition, they only have limited power, so they need to extract the concessions beforehand. So I think that's what's happening right now in the American political process, because just procedurally, and if there's 20 Republicans further to the right, that basically they're going to extract the concessions beforehand, and it makes sense because once they vote them in, then they'll have limited ability to extract those concessions. And there's a list, like I'm a subscriber to the New York Times, so there was a list of things. One of the key things is a balanced budget. So if you're a Republican, like we've had huge deficit spending. I think for 10 years there hasn't been a budget. God forbid, the U.S. is in such a bad situation that they have not passed a budget in like over a decade. And it's just wild deficit spending, increasing the debt ceiling time after time. Trump never successfully passed a budget. Obama wasn't able to successfully pass a budget. Biden didn't even propose a budget. Like Biden knew that he couldn't propose a budget. And so they just keep on increasing the deficit spending to, it's just a disaster. So, God forbid if it goes back to the 90s when Newt Gingrich under Clinton, where you had budget surpluses, they shut down the government. And basically the House Republicans would have to hold firm and cause a federal shutdown of the government to force a balanced budget. And so I think that's what they're trying to do. And I actually support that because, like, I don't know, if you're a fiscal conservative, generally I'm a fiscal conservative. And, I mean, to some extent from classical Republican policies, now you have the cultural wing where cultural issues have taken over the Republican Party. But like, from the 90s, Reagan, Gingrich, even Bush, the main issue of the conservatism was, balanced budgets, fiscal conservatism. And then, for the last 20 years since Bush in 9/11, no Republican has ran a balanced budget, and Republicans don't even run on balancing the budget. So if they could extract that concession, I would be for it. And they may have the power to do it because it only takes 10, 20 Republicans to hold up the vote.
I see. Good. What's the Israeli position, if I can ask you, you probably know better than I do, on the Ukraine-Russian conflict?
They're
neutral, I think, especially the new government of Netanyahu at the moment, which is very, very right-wing. I'm talking about the coalition you just mentioned. You've got the extreme, the extreme right of Israeli politics, I think. He's being very conservative, of course.
Yeah, I would say Netanyahu's definitely more pro-Russian than the previous left-wing coalition that Lapid was. Israel has remained neutral, although vocally Lapid was pro-Ukrainian. Netanyahu has remained neutral, but has not even said anything pro-Ukrainian. So, practically on the ground, Israel has maintained somewhat good relations with both countries, but Israel has much
similar
more
to Turkey.
But Israel has much more relations with Russia. So Israel refused any sanctions. They refused like the oligarchs. A lot of the oligarchs, actually, there's tens of thousands of Russians with dual citizenship, especially millionaires. From what I understand, there's like close to 70,000 people that fly, maybe 70,000, and some huge number of people that fly back and forth between Israel and Russia every day.
But it's not only Israel and Russia; it's Kiev and Israel also. That's
Israel had.
There's a lot of Jewish Ashkenazi Jews, not only Russians or
Yeah,
Polish, but there's a lot of Ukrainians also, especially Odessa area on the Black Sea.
Yeah, Israel basically calls all former Soviet Jews Russian. So whether you're, Kazakhstan, Ukrainian, Russian, they're in Israel, they're all referred to as Russian. But like demographically, there's a lot of various types of Russian, almost 1.5 million in Israel. And that probably includes like 300,000 to 400,000 Israelis. And this was one of the largest years since, the letting down of the Iron Curtain decades ago. 70,000 immigrants came to Israel, about 35,000 from Ukraine, 35,000 from Russia. Ukraine used to be a place where Israelis could open up businesses. It was actually like a center of cheap labor for cybersecurity and business ventures. So there was more like extremely wealthy people, higher level military and business deals between Israel and Russia. And those basically are still going on. Israel has kept its strong ties with Russia and refused to do sanctions. Ukraine was a place for entrepreneurs to get ahead. Like you couldn't really go to Russia and get ahead because it's not the way the state worked. But you could go to Ukraine and get cheap labor and somewhat skilled labor for like cybersecurity, or you could use Ukraine for a leg into Europe. So if you're Israeli and wanted a leg into Europe, you could have opened up a company in the Ukraine. So that has died out with the fight. It's tough to know. Like my speculation is that Israel, just out of their own strategic interest, is going to side with Russia. So they've sent some humanitarian hospital stuff. Even Lapid refused to give any weapons to Ukraine. Netanyahu's new speaker, I think Levin, has said that the new Netanyahu policy will be basically no public comments on Ukraine and Russia. There's also Putin and Netanyahu spoke. Putin and Netanyahu have been close diplomatic relationship for decades. So I would assume that Israel probably sees Ukraine on the losing side of this battle. Has a lot of pressure from the West to it's ironic that there actually hasn't been that much pressure, and Israel has basically gotten away with not putting any sanctions on Russia. But certainly the Netanyahu administration is much more likely to favor Russia and Putin, and Netanyahu historically has been friends with Putin for decades.
Well, the reason I'm asking, as you know, Americans have withdrawn from Syria, which is right next to Israel. So there is a sort of not a vacuum which has been taken over by the Russians. So there is a sort of a conflict of interest, if I can put it that way.
That's the most important military aspect. I mean, one thing is that Russia controls the airspace over Syria. So Russia allows Israel to bomb Iranian weapons or various weapons shipments to Hezbollah or various places in Syria and Lebanon. And I believe it's regular content. So if you follow Israeli media, basically Israel bombs Syria weekly, and almost all of those bombings are related to stopping weapon shipments from Iran or other proxies to Hezbollah. So that's one of the main reasons that even Lapid, who favored Ukraine and publicly said bad things about Russia, still didn't cut off any diplomatic relations, because if Russia closed off the airspace above Syria, Iran would be able to arm Hezbollah with long-range missiles that would be able to seriously damage Israel or maybe even smuggle into Palestinian territories. Plus, Russia has basic military cooperation with Iran. And, however much Iran would consider escalating military activity against Israel, Russia is basically the force that keeps Israel safe. Like, you have American pressure, but because Russia's partners on the ground with Iran, that so Israel really needs its partnership with Russia even more than the U.S. So, like, economically, global politics, but militarily, besides the fact that we get a lot of our weapons. I mean, we as Israel Jews are saying Israelis get most of its weapons from the U.S. The Russian partnership is more important because they control the airspace over Syria and are able to keep Iran at bay. So it's an extremely difficult situation, and I would put it like, if it was an ultimatum, if America put an ultimatum to Israel, like, it's got to be us or them, Israel would probably have to choose Russia. And even one thing, because there's 1.5 million Russians in Israel, and then I said also just the regional proximity that Israel could probably weather, it wouldn't want to, but weather a falling out with America, but it wouldn't be able to weather a falling out with Russia, because if Russia backed off its support of Israel, there could be war on the northern border the next day.
What about I'm trying to pick your brain, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Since 48 and Ben-Gurion, Golden Meir and all that, Israel, if you look at the map from 48 map initially when it was created till now, it has exponentially increased by, say, about threefold, slowly but surely. Now, would you agree with me, or what do you have to say in terms that the geopolitics of the area, the Middle East, which is very touchy, mainly all Arab Sunni of Sunni persuasion, have been fighting? I'm talking about in terms of Palestinians, in terms of Egypt, the 67 war, etc., Moshe Dayan and all of those. One go into history, and America has been, from 48 to date, involved, yet fee bono, who benefits? Is it Israel or America? I don't see any benefit. Let me finish. Of being involved in the Middle East at all, in terms of its self-preservation and trying to be neutral. And the only benefit I can see is Israel. And my if I was American, hypothetically speaking, I would be asking my president or my country or my leaders or my party, hey, what the bloody hell are you doing in the Middle East? And just look at the last year or two. Iraq, Kuwait, and all the others. We won't go into the history, but just the way they left Afghanistan, leaving over $1 billion worth of arms, the American military industrial complex, leaving helicopters, guns, you name it, all their military gear, over $1 billion. I simply cannot comprehend that. And turning around and egging on and agitating the war with Ukraine. And as one of the famous, whoever it was, said, we will fight to the last Ukrainian. And that was one of the statements by one of the American politicians or congressmen made. So
yeah, God forbid.
There is a perpetual war because I think that the American empire needs replenishment. If you produce tanks and rockets and bombs, you need someone to use them. And that's one of the best or the most, how would I put it, things which keeps running. America keeps on running on the military industrial complex. But putting it aside, why
I don't think that's accurate in the assessment that.
Why is it?
There's the question of how does America benefit, and saying, well, America, if you look at, the main thing America is the home of most international corporations. I mean, there's other like Toyota or ones in the Far East, by saying, okay, the New York Stock Exchange, most corporations of the biggest corporations in the world are centered in America. And then you have to also recognize that America has, although it's not as popularized, basically close agreements with Saudi Arabia. Also, America actually has military bases in Saudi Arabia. So, currently the American government, from the decline of Russia and why America just say what is America, by saying the global corporate America that we have, under Bush Senior in the 90s, the New World Order. And there were two aspects of the New World Order, one that involved Israel and one where Israel is not that important. And like the social cultural aspect that involves Israel, and Israel's kind of like American. There, a lot of them, which is based on politics and culture. And then there's also the global corporate aspect of the New World Order, where the capitalistic corporate system that's largely centered out of America is protected by the U.S. Army. And that's not just the Middle East. That refers to the whole world, and keeping the oil supply in the Middle East safe, and the global supply chain. So obviously, America has military bases all over the world. I'm not sure if there's military bases in Australia, but on the islands off there in the Far East, the Navy in Germany, in Japan, in Korea, and it's basically ensuring that the current global corporate system is maintained in the supply chain. And that's where you have the two main threats to that is China and Russia. So if you look at the wars in the Middle East, in terms of, maybe benefited Israel, but also, for the Middle East experts, there's two main concerns for America in the Middle East. And that's, three, which is historically was stymieing the growth of Russia, two, Israel, and three, keeping oil flow in oil markets going. And so Israel serves one purpose as, questionable, but saying that in stymieing Russia, it's unclear, because Israel, conceivably jump boat and switch to Russia, and Israel has very little to do with the oil flow. So in sort of like the who benefits Israel, America's policy is based a lot on the benefit of Israel. But it's saying if America, became America first and relinquished international control, it wouldn't just be about Israel. It would be the cessation of the power of global American corporations, because global American corporations, one thing like patent law, I mean, there's multiple concerns that have little to do with Israel in terms of America's global interest. And that's, it's connected to Israel. Maybe you call it global Zionism, or, wealthy, powerful Jews in America that support Israel. But it would basically be the American corporations need America's global military power to operate. And if it didn't, the patent law in China, disruption of the supply chain, and other various concerns. I'm not sure, if you've thought about the global corporate aspect. I mean, just like you said there in Australia, presumably, basically probably the global corporate. You could say America, but I would even put it as an American.
Well,
like our political system's broken. We have the crisis of competency, and it's really the American corporations that keep the federal government on life support. So like our system is already collapsed, but the corporations are strong. You see the stock market and the corporations are strong. They keep the government on life support in order to maintain global military hegemony, largely for the benefit of the corporations. And it's the American global corporations that are probably dominant in Australia, not so much the American government.
Yes, you're sort of absolutely right. You're sort of alluding to good old Sam Francis, the managerial America rather than so-called democratic. It's all run by corporations and all that. But it's interesting you should mention how many people, for example, Australia, there is a place called Pine Gap. I don't know whether you heard of Pine Gap. It's right in the middle of Australia, and every American, there's about 3,000 Americans stationed in the middle of the desert. Every American nuclear sub in the world is monitored and governed, including all the foreign things. And now we are formally getting about 4,000 or 5,000 Americans troops in Darwin throughout this year. I think it was just announced. And the big problem of which we see in Australia is China, not so much Russia or anybody else. I'm talking about in terms of Taiwan and South China Sea.
And demographic change. Australian demographic change is Chinese immigration.
The expansion is terrible as far as Australia is concerned, and the way the Chinese are moving in is unbelievable. They're
but you're allied with Israel on that. I mean, if you're looking at that, like the global hegemonic order of Western culture is basically allied with Israel, and probably like it's not like quite like America, but like you have quite a few billionaires and lawyers and corporate control, and most Australian politicians are also extremely pro-Israel, because it's representative of, if you want to call global Zionism as opposed to Israeli Zionism, which is related to the global corporate hegemony. And if you say it's terrible, how would it realign? And if you realign just by separating, world politics is extremely complicated.
It is, yes, certainly. But
and it's saying, where would Australia be without the, saying that the military support of America, and America's falling. I mean, like, you should take it to heart, because what I'm telling you, like America, like our budget crisis of competency, that if Australia's order is maintained by America's military threat to China, that that might collapse, and who knows what could happen. You could have the expansion of China, and Australia would be a logical place for China to expand. But even supporting American militarism, like as a hedge, it's an ugly, like some sort of global. That's why I'm a multiculturalist or a globalist, as opposed to polarity, where you're going to choose a pole and support America, and that means that you also have to support America's war in the Middle East for Israel, because it's the same industrial complex that is that you're using to threaten China.
Well, could I on that point, for example, I don't know whether you know it. Australia's got about 26 million people, which is just one large city in America, like New York. That's the total population of Australia. But out of those 26 million, you got 1.5 million Chinese first or second generation. Now, in law, one of the things that you have to...
New York only has 10 million people. I mean, God forbid, people don't realize that the top cities in the world, like, greater New York, if you include New Jersey, has maybe 20 million people, but no, New York only has 10 million people. So, I mean, America has a relatively sparse population also, as opposed to China, I believe, has over 10 cities with more than 25 million people.
5 million people.
So,
exactly.
like, if you had an immigration opening border or policy change, like China could flood and overcome Australia in a matter of a few years.
But again, this is a very touchy subject, as you can appreciate, talking about demographics. But I would argue demographics is everything. And I hope I'm not misunderstood, or being xenophobe or anything like that. But I think I'm talking in facts. For example, in law, you have to be at least know English language to a certain degree. And I've seen a lot of people go in court of Oriental extraction and simply could not say a sentence properly, which is highly embarrassing. But then you ask yourself, how did that person get a law degree? Mind boggles.
We don't have to debate that, but I'm a multiculturalist, and in America it's changed like that. And I don't think it's important for Americans to speak English. And if it gives advantage, like in New York, you could actually file legal paperwork in multiple languages and banks.
But my argument is
if you're talking the culture wars like that, where it's important to me, I don't think it's I know that it's a big issue, but to me, I actually don't think it's important to maintain some sort of culture in America, more law and order. But I understand that that's the way you feel.
What would you then say to the open borders currently in Mexico, Arizona, and down the south border?
I employed Hispanics in New York. I did construction. I employed Hispanics, and saying the technology, a translator. I learned a few words. And even if it was Chinese,
is that good for America as we speak?
Well, it's good in some ways and bad in others. I mean, if you're in Sydney, and let's say it was like New York, where let's say you had all of a sudden 1 million Chinese in Sydney that didn't speak English, is it necessarily bad for Sydney? It would be different. It would probably be better in some ways and worse in other ways. And I think that's the future either way. I think personally, I did the analysis. I think the world is moving in that direction either way.
Argument, you're contradicting yourself with respect vis-a-vis Israel. Israel's got one of the most toughest borders, and we're talking about the physical partition of the wall between Palestine or Gaza and Israel proper. Yet you're talking in such a liberal language.
Well, I'm multicultural.
It's neither good or bad for America.
I also support.
How can you have you're really talking about critical theory. You can.
Personally, I do support a multicultural Israel, and I think the solution.
Well, what's the benefit of multiculturalism?
I think the solution to Israel would actually be a Tel Aviv.
Not Israel. I'm talking about America and Australia.
I mean, God forbid, saying like the solution for Israel would be a Tel Aviv with 20 million people. One thing is it would allow Israel to take all the land, because even if there's 5 million Arabs in the land, if you had cities and you could put all those Arabs in a city, then you could take all the land. But I mean,
why did Israel vote
my
against
opinion
that?
Is not necessarily popular in Israel.
That has been on the table by the Palestinians since 1948, because they were in a majority. They still are there. Their birth rate is so much greater, and Israel has continuously rejected in terms of both Likud party and the left-wing parties and the Israelis.
Well, I'm not
because
a prescriptive
they know they would
person.
be overtaken. Israel.
I'm not telling you what I think should happen. I'm telling you what I think is going to happen and how I've adapted myself. So I don't know what's going to happen in Israel. I don't have strong opinions about politics. Like, like if I were in God, if I were in charge, I would do this, because I don't think that's how things work. And so I'm just making how I predict things are going to
Right.
work out, and therefore how I'm planting myself. So, my opinions about Israel, I'm just saying that I'm predicting that multicultural is going to take over. I lived in New York. Less than 50% of people in New York speak English as a first language. Almost 30% of people in New York City don't speak good English. And I live fine in New York. Like, I'm a technology guy, or, I took linguistics, and I could see that becoming a global order, and just hypothesize. I'm not saying what should happen, but I'm saying it's likely, whether you think it should happen or not,
But
that it's likely to happen.
question,
And even in Israel, whether Israelis think it should happen or not, you're saying it's likely to happen in Israel. And if you pre-plan for it, like large urban multicultural areas, if they could work out, was what I had hoped for. But I'm unsure. I'm not a prescriptive person.
the elephant in the room, when we talk about multiculturalism, no one asked the initial question: why is multiculturalism only in the first world countries? When I say first world countries, I'm talking about Europe, Canada, America, Australia, and New Zealand. And the second question, which flows from that, which is an intricate part of the question, is when did we ever vote for it or have a referendum, which is a very important and big. You're changing the demographics of a country. You're asking your populace, your nation state, hello, have a vote, yes or no. Do you want open borders, or do you want other people to come into your country? That has never been put to the people. And when someone talks about democracy, I'm very cynical about that. And the policy of first world multiculturalism, I take objection, and nobody can deny that. Now,
but you're talking more
for it or against it, but America, Australia, no country, Western country, has ever voted or given a chance, let alone vote, for having multiculturalism.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point, but I think you're talking more from a prescriptive level or preference than scholarship. And like, so the immigration scholarship, the answer to your question is very simple. And I think they use the term push and pull factors in terms of immigration. And it's obvious people move to first world countries because they're first world. People move from warmer climates to, move from poorer countries to richer countries.
No. There's a thing called nation state. No, before multicultural, we're talking about post 45. We're talking right up America, for example, 1965 Act, when the floodgates were open in America. Guess when the floodgates were open in Australia? 10 years
but you're
later.
talking about policy. You're talking about law and policy.
No, you're talking about opening the borders.
You're not answering the simple question that's obvious, that the push and pull factors, that of course there's more people that want to move to Europe or first world countries than people that want to move away from those places. People want to move from more dense places to less dense places.
Yeah, we know that it's a given.
Places to richer places. You happen to live in a less dense, richer place. So, like, of course, people want to move to Australia because it's less dense and richer. So it's obvious why you have an immigration crisis, because you're less dense and richer.
So
you can try to defend by policy, like, I prefer being less dense and richer.
So less dense and richer, therefore, forget about the laws of the country. The idea of a sovereign nation state, we can just, do that and throw it away. I mean,
but you only have a national sovereign. You don't have a global system. So you could try to, just like, the rich poor balance. Like, okay, I could be rich and have a house, and there could be a law that would protect me, but obviously there's going to be people who don't have, that might consider stealing.
I dabble in immigration law, so I can see firsthand.
As long as Australia is sparse and rich, there's going to be people who are going to be trying to get
I know that, but
how you design your legal system.
I'm not arguing the desire, the feelings of people wanting to go from, if you're in dire straits, obviously, if you're sick, you want to get better. That's given. It's a given. There's no argument there. Of course, if you're in a poorer country, why not? I would go if I lived in India or Sri Lanka or something like that. Of course, I would like to go in there. But according to law, I'm talking about in terms of legal, in terms of refugee. For example, all those people from Mexico. Man, as a Catholic, I fully respect a human being. It's not being racist or sexist or xenophobe. Of course, I fully understand their desires and wish to be in America. That's there's no qualms about that. But what I'm saying is, there's a thing called rule of law, and there's a thing called nation state. Now, those things, there's a thing called the borders and border guards. I don't know what do you call them in America, whatever. And there are whole idea of that is to protect its citizens. Citizen takes priority, and to me, it's I mean, having whether in Australia or whatever, any country in the world, well, any country doesn't really matter.
But you're talking national sovereignty versus international order.
Is I think a morbid way of self-hate. I don't know how else to explain it. Of the first world people.
Yeah, but I don't think you're failing to address. You're only addressing your own perspective. So even if Australia itself all agreed, and you have a national sovereignty and your law, there's an international. I mean, there isn't much of an international system. As we were talking, the international system is basically the U.S.'s military. I mean, United Nations.
There is international. It's called Refugee Law, 1948 Convention.
Yeah, but I mean, that's part of the United Nations, which is centered.
So there is. We're all bound by it, and what it basically says: if you are being persecuted under religious, ethnic, or civil war, there's a war, whatever conflicts, you have a right of fleeing the country and seeking refuge, and then you register yourself at the first place. If you're rejected refuge, you go to the next place. But once you're given the refuge, your duty is to register yourself and say, this is my case. This is why I'm here, and I seek asylum. So seeking asylum is a very well-established tradition, not only in common law, but prior to including continental law. No one's denying that. But
yeah, I mean, there are bodies of international law, but I was saying they're somewhat impotent and the origins, or if they're centered within sovereign countries, whether there's actually, I mean, there is a United Nations. Some of these things have been ratified by the majority of the nations or accepted. But saying if China doesn't accept your law and say we're going to send people to Australia, whether you like it or not, whether you recognize them or not, there's not really a legal remedy, and you could try to keep them out. And just like Mexico and the U.S., you could try to make a legal remedy within Mexico that Mexico has to prevent these people from coming. But if Mexico doesn't recognize the right of the U.S. to prevent people from coming, you're in a state of conflict, and the international court systems may not be able to resolve it. And at some point, the international courts and conflict systems are rigged or just going to end up in war.
Well, what I'm getting at, I think, as I said when I started earlier, I like studying and seeing the extreme left and extreme right. And I think multiculturalism is one of the biggest factors which will drive the first world countries to extremism. That's what I'm afraid, whether of the left wing or the right wing. And we are seeing it, sort of the inklings of it today in Europe. I mean, having I'm sort of what up in my mind.
It's already past that point in America. I live in Metro Detroit. Whites are the minority in every major U.S. city.
No. But the mainstream media does not report that.
I'm not talking about the media. I'm saying you're talking about the danger. Multiculturalism has already occurred in America.
If you go to any city in Western world, including Australia, including Sydney, including Detroit, there are people live in good suburbs and bad suburbs. I can see there's a road behind you when there's a day, and it looks like a very good, reasonable, middle class, safe suburb.
Yeah, I
Would
live
I
in a
be correct
majority
in that?
African American
I
area.
mean, you can
Although
go
it used to be
downtown
white
somewhere.
20 years ago.
What's it called? The 8th Mile. I think it's called the 8th Mile. Isn't it the
Yeah, I
8th
live on
Mile?
11 miles, so which is 3
11
miles
miles.
north. But I
Yeah,
mean, I
whatever.
live actually in a
Anyway,
majority
the
African
point I'm
American
trying to
neighborhood.
say, it's always us and them, and people self-segregate according to their ability, what they can afford, and what area or suburb they can live in, and that's given. But and the problem is you're getting all of this underclass, I would say, unemployed, especially because of the technology, and it's brewing. Not only here in Australia, nobody's reporting. The media is the fourth estate of the establishment, and that's what I'm sensing. I do a lot of work, for example, with those people. I do help them out, legal aid and including pro bono, and I see the frustration of those people, from Sudan, all over the place. And they've got no option.
You're in a different reality. I was just making a point where I'm at. Multiculturalism has already hit. It's already been the dominant for decades. Like on the East Coast of America, whites have been the minority for decades. African Americans have dominated.
I know that.
Dominated urban politics for decades. Immigration, 1965 was over 60 years ago.
Nobody's questioning. Why is it so? Basically, that's
what I'm saying. It's already happened where I'm at. Like you're worried about it happening.
Does not make it right. Shit happens doesn't make it right. That's what I'm saying. No more, no less.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a value judgment within
it's a factual judgment. It's not a value judgment. You can see nobody's reporting the crime in America, for example. I just found out the other day. That cop show. The American whatever it's called.
Most Wanted.
Bad Boys. The cop show.
Yeah, I don't watch.
The producer. I don't watch. Anyway, I don't watch television much. But the point of it, apparently, the producer said, when they filmed the thing, they got a crew going with the police cars and so forth on the beat, and they got about 4 times as many blacks being arrested. Yet when the show is put together, they go trying to make it equal. So they put 3 or 4 black arrests and vis-a-vis 3 or 4 white arrests. But in fact, when they go, it came out, it was a very sort of a irrelevant, but I think very relevant remark on the current true state, not of America. I'm not picking on America, including Australia. The reality, the facts are different as to what you are saying or thinking, and I see it firsthand, being in the legal game.
Well, maybe I've lived among majority blacks my whole life.
That's like, my personal.
Yeah, but from the time I was 8 years old, my neighborhood has been majority black. I mean, since when I entered third grade, it was already majority black. I've lived among majority blacks my whole adult life.
Absolutely. I went to a Catholic school, Christian brothers here, and we've got Aborigines, we had all Asians and all that, and they're still friends to this day. I'm not talking about they're bad or good. What I'm saying is in that subculture they are fighting gangs. There's a Sudanese gang, there's an Aboriginal gang,
they're the leadership.
New Zealand gang, and it's rampant. It's
yeah, but I mean I think you're looking at things in an unfactual manner, at least for here in America. Like multiculturalism has already happened. African Americans are not a subculture. They're the dominant ruling class in politics in urban area. If the chief of police in my area is African American, my congresswoman now is Rashida Tlaib, but had been African American. The mayor, Detroit, is saying I mean, it's not a subculture. African American culture is the dominant culture in urban areas, and the reason cancel culture is not necessarily, I mean, it might be partially due to white liberals, but because African Americans and multiculturalism has already won in America. They're already in charge. You might read various things in right-wing publications, and they're worried about it. I mean, it's okay. Hakeem Jeffries is the first, the Democratic speaker is the first African American to be Speaker of the House. But for 20 years already, 20% of the Congress has been African Americans. So I mean, if you're talking about wealth, corporations, so to say, good neighborhoods, that might, still a lot of control in wealth in white hands. But in terms of political power, no, I've lived under black control my whole life. Anytime there's been a dispute and there's been an authority figure, it's basically been resolved by a black person, like the judges, the principals, the politicians, the city council, because the demographic change already happened. I mean, if you're worried about what's going to happen, saying like I never lived in a white world, saying, as I said, like from the time I was 8 years old, I have always lived under the authority and control of black people. I might still have more wealth or more education or residual effects, but like, no, I've never lived under the authority of white people. I've always lived under the authority of blacks.
What I'm told by my good Jewish friends here in Sydney, for example, talking about New York, I haven't been there, but if you go to Fifth Avenue, one of those, $3 or $4, $5 million apartments, and you can, if you win a lottery, 100 million, hypothetically speaking, and you want to buy an apartment, yes, you got the money, you can buy it, but then the residents of that building, the board, whatever you want to call it, residential board, get together and they finally determine whether you are accepted as a new owner of that apartment. So there is apparently what he says to me, there is a subtle, not an overt, but a covert decision being made whether you're the right person, whatever that means, to be. And it's not only the money, whether you're new money or old money.
It's democratic it's democratic on a small to high level. So if you're talking if you're talking just a housing complex that has a board of director that votes,
I just want to confirm: is that the fact? Is he having me on, or is that he swears that it's actually does happen all the time? In other words, you can be a black person or a Hispanic person, and you can win a lottery, and you want to go to the Fifth Avenue apartment opposite Central Park, and trying to buy into a building, an apartment, and you got the money, but they can say thank you, but no thanks. We will not allow you to be the owner or buy.
Very rare. I mean, because New York is democratic.
Now, is that a given, a fact? It doesn't happen. Can it happen?
Because you're a bibliophile, I'll show you. This book actually talks about it. Stephen Gaines, The Sky is the Limit. He's also author of a book, Philistine at the Headgroves, and he's a reporter that reports on real estate. The Sky is the Limit. Stephen Gaines is about the most expensive real estate on the Upper East Side, but legally no, because you have laws in New York, and one of the most extreme laws are federal protections against discrimination. So if you're caught doing it, you will be ruined. Because New York, it's a democracy, and whites are the minority. You have a black mayor, zoning commissions, buildings, building permits, and various things. African Americans control 20-30% of all government positions across the board in New York City.
I'm fully aware of that. Yes,
if you're talking about someplace that costs $10 million an apartment, and there's only a handful of African Americans, you could find loopholes to do it where you don't put it on the open market and certain neighborhoods. But no, I mean, in New York City, it is very difficult to discriminate against blacks because blacks have so much political power, and across the board that so you do have some extremely expensive condominium complexes that try to discriminate, but they have to do it in a select way within the law. It means they can't put it on the open market, and they're on them. Like New York City, if you catch a person doing that, just what your friend said, if they caught him doing that, like there would be a newspaper article and a lawsuit instantly because it's a democracy, and the demography has already changed and the people in power. So if you're talking about money and ownership, so just democracy can't change. I mean, you could have tax law, but you can't force the people who used to have money to give it to the people who don't, and you can't force the former real estate owners to give it to new real estate owners. But they control all sorts of provisions and codes. And I don't know, like if it's like that in Australia, but there is nothing in America that does not have federal provisions about discrimination based on race, sexual preference, military status, all these things. And you could lose your license in any field for discrimination in any form. So your friend might be
absolutely I'm just making a general statement. I'm not saying it's right or wrong or anything. Of course, there are strict laws against human rights and anti-discrimination and all that in Australia also. For example, in America, like as I understand in Australia, you go for a job, and the way they discriminate, again, not openly. That's the point I'm trying to make. Is I think you call it in America, you call it zip code. We call it postcode here in Australia. In other words, you apply for a job, they just look at your postcode, and they, you get a letter or an email afterwards say thanks for your application, but you were unsuccessful. So you can't say, oh God, I've been rejected on my color or whatever, or my sex or disability. But it does happen, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now, my question to you, especially America, being such a big country, 30 million people, the idea of white flight, is that still prevalent or does not exist, or it is on the increase?
No, it already happened. I mean, that's the point that I'm making to you. It already happened.
There's no more white flight.
There are very few white neighborhoods left in American urban areas. So like in New York, you might
have... but I know that. I'm talking about urban. It's all gone. I'm fully aware of that. And so all urban areas of every major city in America is are you saying...
it happened. It already happened like 20 years ago even. Like it's not, it's like, I mean, it's not even like but something that's still happening. It happened decades ago. As I said, like I'm 45, I'm 44 now. By the time I was 8 years old when it had already happened.
So where did these people go?
25 years ago, it basically happened and was over.
But my understanding, it's over. All those people again went to different areas outside in the suburbs, I presume, or other.
Yeah, you can have small strongholds of white areas, and like Glib's here in New York, and you can have areas like Staten Island or areas. And they know it's with it because it's democratically ran, and it'll be representative. What I make the point that your judges, your police, the people in charge of zoning committees, building permits, those are all representative of the people living there. So if you're in an urban area where the demographics have already changed, those people are going to be minority white. But you could have an area in an urban area where you still have, largely whites, and they're the judges and police. And saying in America it's trial by jury. So if you live in a white area, you're going to be tried by your peers. But the urban core, so whites have been able to maintain certain elements within the urban core, but not control of the city. Like saying almost all urban areas in Chicago, New York, Detroit, all across the East Coast have African American mayors.
What I'm saying is, I'm fully aware of that. Urban areas, white flight has happened many years ago. But where did those people go? I mean, these whites or not blacks went to outer suburbs again, sticking with other whites. They created new urban areas, peripheral urban areas. That's what I'm trying to say.
To some extent, population growth.
30 years ago, Italians, for example, in New York, or Poles in Chicago, and they went, I don't know, outside 50 miles away, and they stuck together. Again, birds of a feather flock together. Is that still prevalent outside the urban areas?
Well, yeah, but what you've also had is,
or is it all intermixed? That's all I'm getting at.
so I mean, if you look at it like demographics, when New York City was majority white, it was maybe 3 to 5 million people. Now New York City has 10 million people. So the white population has stagnated, and so and somewhat decreased. So you've had an attrition. Some of the whites have moved away to other cities or to rural areas, and the white population, the birth rates has stagnated or declined. So if New York City used to have like 4 million whites, maybe it's decreased to 3 million, and now there's 7 million other people. And that it starts with the Great Migration of African Americans from the South to the North, and then in 1965, and then in 1965 to the Immigration Act. So the number of whites has only decreased a little bit, but saying the African Americans, the Great Migration to the South, and international demographics. So you don't necessarily need, like, the population of whites in New York City went way down. No, it's just been stagnant at about 3 million people from the 1950s. And now with 10 million people, you only still have about the 3 million whites. And they've been relegated to, certain neighborhoods.
The reason I'm asking, apparently,
but you understand the point that I'm making? That was about the stagnation of the white population. And so it wasn't necessarily that they declined or moved out. Some of them did, but it's just the population stagnated for really like 60, 70 years.
The reason I'm asking is, apparently, and it's increasing in Australia, it's called the gated community. A classical example would be Hollywood, as I understand, or Beverly Hills, which is
they have those all across America.
That's where our mate Luke Ford is from, apparently. So there are a lot of gated communities. In other words, they've got guards, and they can, if you venture into those areas, and if you're a persona non grata, you'll be stopped or questioned or say, "What are you doing there?" Is that in existence in things like example, Pelosi lives in I understand in San Francisco, and her area where she lives is one of those very, very, very rich, of course.
But even that's changing. I mean,
gated community areas, I suppose.
I mean, I was in New York when Giuliani was mayor, and you had stop and frisk, and there's been such pushback and even more demographic change that I doubt you'll ever see stop and frisk again. And then you have various court cases. I mean, first with Trayvon Martin during the Obama years, and then recently with Ahmaud Arbery. And I mean, did you follow the Ahmaud Arbery case? But I was saying that has slowly changed to saying, like, no, like, stop and frisk is basically infeasible in any urban area. And even after the case of Ahmaud Arbery, to say that, like, okay, what are you doing in our neighborhood? That a black man has the right to go wherever the hell he wants in certainly urban places, and even in Hollywood, you're saying, like, no, you can't prevent a black person from walking down the street.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying,
like, even in front of Luke Ford's house, like, there's no way you could, like, tell a black guy, "What are you doing in my neighborhood?"
No.
Like in modern day. I mean, just look at the Ahmaud Arbery case. They put those people away for life. And that guy was probably a thief. That guy was probably a thief, and they put those guys away for life. And that was in a majority white area. That was even in the South, like, let alone in a place like Hollywood. There's no way you would be able to do that any urban area in America today.
No,
you can control, like, certain issues, like I said, like who you sell your housing to, or, I mean, there is some, demographic area, and it's mostly through pricing. And then, like, Obama had, basically, we're going to put project housing everywhere. So even in the Upper East Side in Manhattan, New York City has project housing everywhere. That, there is no there. You base, like, some of the Jewish neighborhoods were able to prevent it, but it's a certain political tool where we're going to build, if they call it affordable housing everywhere, and so it's part of the zoning code. And it was put during the Obama administration, where basically they could force you to build affordable housing no matter what the neighborhood is. And the majority of the people who are going to be in those affordable housing are going to be minorities, and it's almost a political tool to say that saying like if that they will forcibly put affordable housing in those last holdouts of white areas and urban areas. And that's been happening for decades already, that they've been chipping away at those small white bastions in urban areas with affordable housing. And I don't
Speaking
know if you have
about
a
Obama,
in Australia, but
Obama,
it's done from top down from the federal government, where you can't stop it. Next thing you know, there's affordable housing in your neighborhood, and there's nothing you could do about it.
Speaking about Obama and affordable housing, how come he has not implemented in his area called Martha's Vineyard? I think he's the only rich black who lives there.
Well, that's an exception because that's like an island. But I mean, they might eventually. But
that's very strange. I don't know.
Yeah, but you're talking.
Yeah,
I mean, if you look on a map where Martha's Vineyard is. Martha Vineyard's in Rhode Island. It's on an island, and you'd have to bring people from like hundreds of miles away. I mean, they might eventually, but I mean, if you're talking like a white holdout in New York City to put,
I'm being sarcastic.
And then even look like Ilhan Omar, where like you had tens of thousands of African refugees that now dominate enough that Ilhan Omar is a representative in mid-America, a place that was 90+% white decades ago. So America is like, I mean, the multiculturalism is already won. There's no way to stop it in America. That's why people talk about balkanization. You still have a white majority, but the urban centers have they've been multicultural for decades.
Well, I see America and Australia. The future is something like Brazil. I think it's a good example of what's coming up, what's coming for America and Australia, by the way. And I agree with you. I fully agree and concur with what you just said.
Well, that's why you have the left now pushing communism, because I'm saying the demographic change. You have to appropriate people's land ownership.
It's beyond reversal. I totally agree with you.
Well, no, I'm saying that's the white privilege. So you still have the red states where the majority of the land in America is owned by whites, and without. There would have to be some. I mean, Obama tried to do it. There would have to be some sort of change in the law that basically appropriates people's land away from them. And also rural area, most minorities don't really want to live in rural areas. So that's like the red-blue state divide in America. And there might be attempts, like I said, like in Palestine, like to push people off the land and force them into the cities. Like that's where you have the communism people, the strong push of the left that you got to take white privilege, like just because your ancestors bought that land a few hundred years ago, it's not diverse enough, and we need to take the land away from you. I mean, that's the current state of U.S. politics. God forbid.
The
demographics is way different. Like I mean, if you looked at it could change. And it's going to be different demographics, like Chinese or something. But there's not that many people in Australia. So 5 million people immigrated from China, and they focused on the urban areas. Next thing you know, you would have Chinese leadership in all the urban centers in Australia.
Well, there's quite a few of them. I mean, not only Chinese, all other ethnicities. That's fine. I mean, I fully agree with you. But that's the future. I think.
What do you? I mean,
replicating
Brazil. Don't you have like 10 different countries right next to you that have like hundreds of millions of people?
Yeah. Well,
you have this huge population, the biggest area, and you have like Indonesia, Malaysia.
The biggest, exactly.
All these places have like hundreds of millions of people. Like, how are you going to stop them from moving to Australia?
No, you can't. Exactly. You can't. So the biggest country, the biggest or the most populous Islamic country is Indonesia, 210 million people, and it's about 420 nautical miles away from Darwin, Northern Territory. It's very close. It's very close. But that's the future. I agree. If I can digress and talk about Mr. Biden and the Democrats, I mean, I am flabbergasted that a so-called leader of the Western world is a docile man, and he's got his finger on a nuclear button. I mean, of course, he's not making a decision. He should. I mean, it's an embarrassment. It is an embarrassment. The only comparison I can make is Caligula making his white horse the senator. I mean, the gaffes he's making, talking, he should be in a nursing home, not a bloody president of the... And putting him up like a puppet, literally a puppet. And Jill running around him and all these minders. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid. Like, I mean, that's
it's embarrassing. They're doing so much control, the media and all that. I just can't believe it. Lying to the people.
Yeah, I mean,
you mentioned New York Times. That's where I laugh at Luke Ford, because he subscribes to New York Times, you know, and I'm always making snide remarks. Oh, you read it in the New York Times. It must be true. I mean, it's absurd, and the media and all thing being complicit in the cover-up, in bullshit. It's so obvious. You don't have to, you don't have to be an IQ of 100. You can be IQ of 80 and understand what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid. I mean, I was mentioning that, like, the crisis.
I mean, it's
frightening. No one talks about policy anymore, and it's just like cancel culture. Like, like the emperor has no clothes, and you have to pretend like incompetent people are competent, and really what they're doing is robbing the piggy bank. That, I mean, it's a corruption. There's two levels of the corporations keeping the U.S. federal government on welfare, and just because the corporations are running relatively smoothly, and as long as they could keep the U.S. government running, and but yeah, I mean, it's just extreme incompetence, the decline of policy, and then the robbing of the piggy bank, where politics now, like you mentioned, like Nick Fuentes, is just like, can you win? And then when you win, the key thing is paying off your constituencies that helped you get into office. So basically, I mean, Biden, God forbid, puppet government, incompetency, robbing the piggy bank, shadow control, and it's a disaster. Like, I'm here in America, like I'm YouTubing, and like I don't know what to say besides, like, I think our government's going to fall, and I'm praying it's not going to be a disaster when it does, because, like, what you're saying is just obvious, and you're not allowed to say the obvious because everybody's corrupt and they're stealing. So, like, really what you should be saying is, like, oh my God, these people are robbing the piggy banks of the U.S. government. There's so much corruption and horrible things happening. And that's what they don't want you saying. So instead, like, you can't say, you have to pretend like Biden is, like, competent and, like, as they say, clown rolled, or, whatever the case is. I'll call the crisis a competency. I don't know if you follow Edward Dutton and accept.
Yes, I do. Professor Edward Dutton, yes.
Ironically, he requested to speak to me, and then, like, his main message to me was, I mean, someone recommended he speak to me, and I was happy to speak to him. But his main message when I asked him was the reverse Flynn effect, and I think he's right. I've spoken about with my father, who also agrees, and just saying the IQ has decreased, competency has decreased, in the great American society that was built up post World War II. There really is no one competent to run it. Like, there might be some high IQ people that move into tech or have good ideas, but we've already hit the point, like, like we're talking white flight and multiculturalism. That happened decades ago. So also the Flynn effect and the crisis of competency, unfortunately, that also happened decades ago. But, if the decline in IQ over decades, we're just now seeing the effects of it. And it means that people have no clue how to run our country. Our infrastructure is going to hell. The technocracy and all these things that are necessary for running a successful society, no one is competent to know what they're doing, and the corruption is so high. So the people who are doing it, the problem is democracy. So, the reason they're doing it is because they won the popularity contest, and because they won it, they're robbing the piggy bank that was built up. And if you say something about it, they cancel you. And, it's tough to know. Like, I mean, even my father bases, I could diagnose exactly what the problem is and what's happening to it. I don't have a solution. And because if my, if what Dutton's saying is correct, what's the solution? Flynn effect, crisis of competency, and so what's the solution? I mean, you agree with Dutton on that, and saying if you look at it, it's the reverse Flynn effect, and it's too late. Just like the white flight already happened, the demographic change already happened. We've had incompetency for decades. We're on life support, so the corporations in America have kept America on life support by basically the brain drain and bringing in foreign high IQ talent to run our system. And by doing that, by giving them big sums of money, so we could still get the smartest Chinese and Indian and people from around the world to come to America and run our system for us, and that is basically at near collapse level, because it's accelerated demographic change and it's accelerated the crisis of competency. Because at this point, for the last 10 years, we've basically already handed over the mantleship of America to high IQ foreigners.
Well,
and I don't know if it's like that in Australia, but I'm it's like Dutton saying, like, this isn't a problem I'm warning you about. This is something that has already happened.
Absolutely, I totally agree. But it's interesting you should sort of mention the situation as we look at it. I think from a conservative, reserved point of view of history, or you might say even right of center view. But how do you explain now the so-called left, or the broad left, which are very optimistic? Are they lying to themselves, or are they conscious? I'm talking about generally. I'm generalizing left in America, or the Democratic Party or in America, and all of those things. With their worldview is totally different. Climate change. They still believe climate change, and they are true believers. They are true. This is what's so frightening.
Because the problem is you're listening to the mass media. So I mean, if you're just looking at the demographics, when you say the most powerful force of the left in America is African Americans, because it's the voter bloc where 90+% of African Americans vote Democratic, and they represent like tens of millions of voters, the dominant. So African Americans make up almost like 30-40% of the demographic voters. So I mean, if you're listening to like the media, the corporate, intellectual left. So I mean, the reason why African Americans are, so to say, bullish or excited, because they feel like we're finally coming into power. Like all these years, like now it's finally our turn to be in charge. And then also, so the multicultural elitist left probably has a global vision where also they feel like they're finally coming into power, that the conservative or the historical, and there's going to be a new global order.
And you think America will maintain its power by having all these other people?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think they're I mean, so the African Americans, God forbid, they're going to finally come into power of a bankrupted country, and the global order of the leftist is also, to some extent, they're the ones handing the keys to the high IQ foreigners, like the Asians that are running our country. So they're you have these dreams of a new global vision, because I went to university and I was outcompeted by all these smart Asians. And I think, the countries, because I'm in on something. I went to, the top school in Michigan. I know the leadership. And I also know that I was outcompeted by these smart Asians. And so I'm optimistic about this multicultural future of America. But I think they just, because I'm an engineer. Also
a civil engineer, I understand.
Yeah, and it's saying that the crisis of competency is real. Like you're saying, saying like, I've mentioned on.
Well, it's going to be like South Africa. What do you think about that?
And we have like a D- on our infrastructure. So you could be bullish, but because like there's no engineers in Congress, and like Michigan, fix the roads, and they still don't fix the roads, and like new building projects, and just something basic like the deficit. Like the leftists are, it really nonsensical. Like they just think it doesn't matter that we could borrow money forever. Even we started talking about what happened with the Republicans in Congress demanding a balanced budget, but whatever reason, the leftists feel that somehow once they win, everything's going to work out, and in our deficit, and God forbid, I also like a realistic view of like I've traveled, I lived in Israel or traveled a little bit, stream that, like God forbid, America's not really that popular. And, and so I think the leftists feel that they're going to be in charge of some sort of new global order. And it's just a pipe dream. As with the African, I know a lot of African Americans, probably half of my African American friends are right leaning, they're entrepreneurial and right leaning, but I'm saying that's, that's skewed because 90% of African Americans are left leaning. Just half of my African American, I'm a little more likely to be friendly with the right leaning ones. But I think they feel like it's our turn now, and therefore they're optimistic. Like, America was anti-black, throughout its history, and now it's finally going to be corrected, and they're finally entering power. And but you have to look at that political, like the media, the base. And when it comes to politics and elections, they like all you have to do is win election, and then you're in charge and power for the next few years. So for the Democratic Party, winning elections, basically is convincing African Americans to vote because they make up like 40% of the Democratic voter base.
I see. Mm.
So I tried to stress that to Luke Ford, like the difference between elections and policy. And, that's why you have the shadow government and the money and the funding where just like, like if you're all like Richard Spencer or something, like, Richard Spencer's intellectual, like he almost has a PhD. He went to elite schools. Nicholas Fuentes is smart, but he dropped out of university. He doesn't understand policy. So it's just like, well, I don't care. If he could win, then we could control him. And that's basically all of politics. There's basically nobody competent in government anymore. And it's all about like, can he win? And then can we control him after we win? And God forbid, it's already been that way for decades. I can't think of, Obama was relatively pretty competent. That's why, but even Trump, unfortunately, I think Trump was incompetent. And he had certain beneficial qualities, but he was largely incompetent. And really all American leadership, probably from George Bush Jr., has been incompetent, and it's a disaster. It probably can't be cleaned up. Like the rise and fall of empires. At this point, I don't know if you follow like Rodney Martin. I had a lot of talks with him. Balkanization. How does the American empire unwind and decline in a safe way? And just prepare the best.
That's the danger. That is
I tell my
danger.
friends here, like you, like, okay, prepare yourself. I'm constantly educating myself and learning, and no one cares. No one ever asks me for anything. God forbid, I know so many useful things. Like I day traded the stock market, real estate, engineering. Nobody ever asked me for anything because, they all, you're like, oh, I know what I'm doing. Like, competence, I'm in power, I'm in charge now. And, really what they're doing is just robbing the piggy bank, before the system collapses. And it's a disaster here, God forbid. I think Australia, like you guys are decades, like America's at the end of empire. You guys in Australia, are decades behind us in our decline. But you have a lot to worry about with the demographics there.
Oh, it's not only
regional demographics. And
I view Australia as a jewel in the crown in terms of resources, natural resources. And America,
you're a jewel for the plucking. If America declines and doesn't defend Australia
and doesn't defend Australia, we're gone down. We're finished.
Even like Indonesia could probably like pick you guys off.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Let alone China. But
we are in a panic mode at the moment. We are in a panic mode as we speak.
You're not even talking like Mexico. Like if you're talking about thank God you guys are an island for your case, but it's not even like the demographics between like South America and Mexico is nothing. Like you got like 1 billion people within hundreds of miles of you that could just be looking at Australia for the pickings.
Absolutely. Last question. I'm sure you. What's the time in Detroit at the moment?
7:30.
What at night?
Yeah, 7:30 at night. If you were following, you saw the sun went down about 5:30, and it's 7:30 now.
It's 11:30 here in Sydney.
In the morning.
Yeah, in the morning. Yes, 11:30. You probably are aware General Patton at night 45 when he defeated Germany, Nazi Germany, said very controversial words. I think we have defeated the wrong enemy. In other words, he saw the potential of Russia. Now, if I can use that quote and say, and put a proposition to you, America is very obsessed at the moment with Russia, during Trump era, Russian conspiracy and all that. In your view, humble view, is the Russia the true enemy, or is it China?
I don't think anyone's our enemy.
Not enemy. When I say enemy, potential economic threat. That's where money talks, bullshit walks.
Yeah, I think it's China more than Russia. And saying like Russia's I think it's a distraction, and it's saying like I'm an old school I listened to Rush Limbaugh when I was young, and like I remember Newt Gingrich, and I used to think like politics was like balancing the budget, and all these things are a distraction, and it's like okay, we're bibliophiles, we're kind of nerds, and so like I'm okay, I have some function, could get ahead in life. And thank God you found a wife and married. I can't even find a woman and build up a family. They're all distractions, and America is basically partying while the empire crumbles, and it's like Andrew Tate or something like that. Saying like Doooovid in his tour. I'm lucky to get one guy like you to be interested in my tour of my library, and even universities now. It's more about corruption, getting into positions of power, acquiring wealth. We're in a real crisis, and I'll call it the crisis of competency, and that's why I'm out here streaming. Like I'm not a prescriptive person. I'm not even sure there's anything we could do about it. And I'm more interested in advancing my own multiple truth hypothesis or the study of consciousness. So it just kind of what you're saying as a intelligent outside observer to me is just kind of obvious. But unfortunately, my prognosis is there's nothing that I or we could do about it. So, I just try to, be as useful, as possible, avoid conflict, avoid trouble. I'm a man of God. I pray. But yeah, I mean, if the more you think about the politics, it's, it's pretty, I can't even think of the right word to describe how, bad it's looking.
Interesting, Doooovid, it's interesting. Like Julius Evola, you are interested in Eastern mysticism. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, I basically even converted to Hinduism. Because like what you said about to have a universalistic outlook. Like who's the enemy? In the Western Judeo system is largely a system of good against evil. So Hinduism, which largely Eastern philosophy in general, has a more universalistic outlook, and like almost all Jew, like you were saying, oh, like you're a Jew in Israel, you're the hypocrisy. And it's like, nah, I converted to Hinduism. Like I have a universalist outlook, but I mean, I guess you're still Christian, but I find that the Abrahamic traditions basically have a good versus evil outlook. And that permeates into the politics where you need a bad guy, and the Hindu Eastern systems are more universalistic, less concerned with good over evil.
Interesting. Now, how many books have you got all up, approximately?
I probably have like
4,000.
I probably have like 4,000 books. I've probably read I've been doing books that I've read. So the books that I own and read, I probably have 3,000-4,000. Thank God my father, was a doctor. He's in his 70s. He's still working. He loves books. So I'm organizing my father's library. My father has tens of thousands of books. Thank God.
You're kidding me. Oh, wow.
I mean, he likes fiction. I sell these books. Like these books behind me I've had for, these are like vintage science fiction books and like vintage books that my father has and collects. Like some of these are valuable. So I've been doing just selling books on eBay, and fiction books are more valuable than nonfiction. So I mean, my father has
I'm a non-fiction person. I'm like you, non-fiction.
I sell fiction, but I said I don't even own a single fiction book that I've read in high school. like the last time I was assigned fiction assignments in high school, and I couldn't even read those books. I had to write the paper without reading the book. My dad loves science fiction. My mom loves romance and mystery, but it's somewhat also like competence. My mom and dad were very competent at what they do, but I mean, my dad likes math and various things. I mean, thank God, a very good big library. And the last of but yeah, I mean, no one cares. Like, Doooovid's kind of a loner. I'm speaking to you in Australia because I don't have any local friends that care about this stuff.
Really, yeah.
It's
I'm a bibliophile. I'm sorry, we've got something in common. The other thing which we have in common is it's called chess.
Are you a rated chess player? I'm back to chess coaching. I coach African Americans.
No, I'm an amateur. But I love my
I was
chess.
actually a junior champion.
I've got no bloody time. I've got no time.
I got to 2000 in high school. Like I was one of the top in the country for my age group, and I stopped at after high school.
Yeah, these are my pieces here.
Oh, awesome! The
anyway,
nice wooden set. I used to have the wooden set on the table, but now I have so many books that I have my chess set somewhere else.
I don't know. I don't know whether you know Fisher and Boris Spassky. Games.
Oh yeah, I've read all the books or the history. My dad got into chess
in Reykjavik. That's gone 40 years back, 50 years.
Yeah, that was before I was born.
Yeah, 50 years.
I mean, my dad got into chess from the Fisher Spassky. I mean, he was in university when Fisher played Spassky, and that's what interested him into playing chess.
Right. I get it. Yeah. But I love it. But I occasionally play with a few friends. But I wouldn't call myself a rated player by any stretch of imagination. I'm hopeless. But I love it. I think it's a very interesting game. Intrigues me.
I did a bunch of streams on chess psychology, and the study of expertise historically was through chess, although they found more recently that they have not been able to link chess to intelligence. And from what I understand, both Nakamura and Carlsen only have IQs in the high 100. I mean, like less than 110. That both Nakamura and Carlsen both have.
Oh, the world champion. Yeah, the young guys. Yeah, right.
I mean, they're not geniuses.
Not smart. Yeah.
I mean, Bobby Fischer was tested with an IQ of 180 in public school, but most people think he wouldn't have been nearly as good as Carlsen or Nakamura. I mean, he might have been up there, but neither Carlsen or Nakamura are geniuses. And I actually work for I mentioned the book Sunir Wardamantra. I coached through part of his organization, and he comes to Detroit occasionally. Nakamura's stepfather, who raised and coached him. But yeah, chess is very interesting to me, and like the study of consciousness. Since Alfred Binet, developed the IQ test, he had assumed that chess was a direct correlation to intelligence, but that it's largely been disproven. And if you're a highly intelligent person, but relatively, I wouldn't even be surprised if my African American students in Detroit would beat you at chess. And I coach chess. I do that in the museum. We publicly have that in the Detroit Institute of Art, and museum goers come and they play local kids from our chess program. And the African American kids from Detroit public schools usually beat, the intelligent adult museum goers. And it's a little bit like a gimmick because there's certain patterns to chess. And even if you're not that bright, like even just a 100 IQ kid, 8-year-old kid, if they spend 6 months studying the patterns, and it's a certain amount of youth also, that your mind is so, genius exists in 3 fields, normally math, chess, and music, because they're simple. If it's like playing the violin, reading music notes, it's really not that complicated, that you could have like a 10-year-old kid that could play Mozart perfect, and even like you're the smart, grown man, you can't do it. And it's because your mind is so cluttered with other things. So a 10-year-old kid, even who's only average intelligence, if they focus on chess for a year, will probably be able to beat you at chess, because at this point your mind is so cluttered with other things that you're never going to have a clear head to just think about the simple patterns that make for chess. So I was trained by elite coaches as a kid. I started playing at 8. I went to chess camp, and I was even trained by Sunil Wardamantra. Before when I was like literally 9 years old, I had lessons from one of the best chess coaches in the the whole U.S. So it's
you are a rated chess player, are you? You're actually rated.
Well, I have a 2000 rating, basically. Oh, I haven't competed since high school. So now I just coach. I play online, like as a hobby. But like I didn't move, international master. My brother's a master, but chess is just the kid's game. So I use it as a way to give back, and I coach chess. And chess is very popular among African Americans.
Is it?
Chess is most popular in America among African Americans.
Oh, right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, ironically, but even saying like among where chess, Jews actually, a lot of chess is popular among Jews, but like generally chess is for geeks. The only cool people who play chess are African Americans, like Andrew Tate. So like most people who enjoy chess are like math and science geeks, and but popular African Americans, football players, socialites play chess. And it's also interesting is that they've never found a connection between chess and math and logical reasoning. And so like Nakamura also, like example, he was taken out of school at like 12 years old or something. He doesn't even know algebra. And I think Carlson also was taken out of school in at like 12 years old. He never took any formal studies like algebra, geometry, calculus. And so they have never been able to make a link between mathematical and logical reasoning and chess ability. And you'll find strong chess players from every field.
Are you good at matrices or what?
Well, thank God I had a high IQ. I was a child prodigy in general. So I quit playing chess and I was more math and science centered, although I never really developed expertise in anything. I picked up languages relatively quickly as a kid. I was tested with IQ over 130 as a youth. I went to a special school for high IQ people and generally excelled at everything I did. I mean, thank God, at least intellectually, maybe like socially or, whatever. I've been a failure in certain ways, but, thank God I was a child prodigy and chess was just the thing that I was the best at.
You should get married, if I can suggest.
I wish I could, but like Dutton says also, there's an inverse correlation between IQ and thank God I became an Orthodox Jew, and otherwise I probably would have wasted my life away seeking pleasures. So because I became an Orthodox Jew and I studied Talmud and then I became less Orthodox, I dedicated my life to intellectual pursuits, as where a lot of high intelligent people, some of them dedicate their life to making money or even academic or power. But like a lot of them dedicate their life to, some of them dedicate their life to have a family and raising their kids. So if you dedicated most of your efforts towards raising your kids and you've done a good job at raising your kids and your kids are successful, God bless you for doing that.
You should mention, isn't that all about arranged marriages? I mean, Orthodox Jews. I've got a friend here.
Well, I'm born again Jew. So I became Orthodox. Right. I went to Israel at 18. I became Orthodox out of my own volition against the wishes of my family. So, my mother, a little bit of support, was interested, but my mother is a Reformed Jew. My father, secular scientist, never Christian. He kind of, they largely discouraged me from becoming Orthodox. I went to Israel and New York, largely against the advice of everybody. Like I spoke to Luke Ford, whatever reason I wanted to be a Hasidic Orthodox Jew, no one that I knew encouraged me to do it. Although, like Luke Ford said, like in my own mind, I think it's probably the best decision I ever made. To the mind of everyone who knew me, it's the worst decision I ever made.
Well, it's interesting. You should mention that one of my friends.
But I say that's why I'm basically ineligible to the Orthodox Jewish marriage system, because I'm already a product of intermarriage, and most the arranged marriages are done by the families and the rabbis. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to benefit from that system.
So one of my friends, unfortunately, he was born in fortunately, or whatever you want to say, or unfortunately, he comes from an Orthodox family here in Sydney, and the marriage was arranged for him to move at university together, actually, and he was there was an arranged marriage with a New York young Jewish doctor, but unfortunately he married Shitza, a non-Jew, and that was a huge slap to the family. I'm talking about his mum and dad, and he had one brother and one sister, or still has. They ostracized him. They literally extreme ostracized him. But now he's sort of, back in the fold, so to speak. But they literally never forgave him for doing that. They were very, very strict in their observance. And he tells me, he says that they were an embarrassment to the community. They took it to such an extent that it was just a slap in the face, not only to the parents, to the religion, Judaism, culture, heritage, but the whole community, which is and the Orthodox synagogue which they used to frequent, which is very interesting. You should mention that.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the religion. That's why I say I wasn't able to benefit from the Orthodox arranged marriage system, and that's why I'm, largely I'm still single, because although I was, I mean, Luke is a convert, even he had issues, but saying as a half Jew, as a product of intermarriage, it's very difficult, and because there's such.
But again, I've sort of.
Even though my mother's Jewish, his case would be even worse because his father's Jewish, his kids, so most Orthodox Jews still consider me Jewish because my mother's Jewish, as where his case, most Orthodox Jews wouldn't even consider his kids Jewish. But I mean, it's still family's family, and a lot of times families will, get together and stick together. But his position in his kid's position in the larger Jewish community would probably, be non-existent. It would probably, assimilate into the larger community, and maybe appear at larger family events or something like that. And it's one of the rules of the religion. Saying I wouldn't say it's people. It's just a hard, fast rule in the religion. And that's why I mentioned in Israel. That's what Jewish culture is. So you could try to adapt Jewish culture, but the preservationist of I mean, I assume you've read enough about Judaism and the religion, or enough experience with. I mean, Melbourne has a pretty big Jewish area.
Yes, absolutely.
There's even Jews in Metro Detroit from Melbourne. I even know at least 2 Jews, maybe more, in Metro Detroit that came from Melbourne. Chabad is big there, and
yes, absolutely.
There's even Hasidim with Streimels, and a lot of international, rabbis. If you're a big rabbi and travel the international circuit, when I studied in English-speaking schools in Jerusalem, there were South Africans, British Americans, and Australians. I mean, there's also Jews from South Africa, but if you're in the English-speaking world in Jerusalem, there were always Australians, South Africans, and British. I mean, there's not more British than South Africans and Australians. There's probably actually more South Africans than Australians, but so any Jew who studied in an English-speaking school in Jerusalem, I definitely knew many Australians and South Africans.
I see. Now, talk about Luke Ford being a convert. I've taken the issue with him. I progged him a bit, I suppose. Coming from a non-Jewish background. And given that Judaism is all about the lineage of the mother, and including Israel, as I understand the law in Israel is if you're an Orthodox Jew, they actually look at your lineage 3 or 4 generations back, your mother's lineage, in order to be legally married in Israel, according to the religion. To what extent converts are accepted? I mean, by the whole community.
Well, it's kind of like we're talking about international law. So you have your local rabbinic court. So if you convert in Australia and you're accepted by the Orthodox rabbis in your area, they're generally going to let you marry and accept you into the system. When you move to Israel, you will have to pass their rabbinic courts. So, I mean, Los Angeles may be comparable to like Melbourne, like compared to like Brooklyn, New York, or Israel. Luke Ford is probably indicative of Orthodox Judaism. Like you're saying, like in Brooklyn, New York, and Jerusalem, like most Orthodox Jews have a beard. Like even being clean shaven would be like already like a certain level. But in Los Angeles, probably the majority of Orthodox Jews are clean shaven. So if Luke Ford moved to Israel, and there's also the difference. It's very confusing to people because there's like tiered status of what it means to be Jewish in terms of the right of return and the rabbinate that controls marriage and burial. So if you could have the right of return to move to Israel and become an Israeli citizen as a Jewish Israeli citizen, however, the rabbinic court might still rule you non-Jewish, which means that you wouldn't be able to marry or would have certain difficulties within the Israeli system. So, in that respect, like if Luke Ford's Orthodox rabbi in Los Angeles or Melbourne says he's a Jew for Melbourne or Australia. If he comes to Detroit, he would have to get the approval of the local Detroit Orthodox rabbinic court, and they might accept, a little bit, but I mean, to some extent, and they might put down more harsh standards. They're like, okay, they let you get away with this in LA, but this is in LA. And so in Israel, like there would be much stricter standards. So I mean, if Luke Ford moved to Israel because he converted Orthodox and lived that way in LA, and he's probably comparable to the Jews in LA, he would be able to get to Israel. But if it came to marriage or the recognition of his kids' Jewish status, they might picket him, and he might have like a different, his kids might have difficulty getting into certain schools, or the amount of what he used to be able to get away with, they might put higher status, and that as a convert, if you were born like Doooovid is a half Jew, even may not, I'd also have to prove my mother's Jewish and the various levels, but so as a convert, you're basically at the whim of the local rabbinic court. I mean, Luke Ford says he went to Australia and he had no problem. He spoke to the rabbis and they accepted him and went to the shuls. But it's conceivable that I mean, as said, like in Melbourne, they're probably like, okay, if you're okay with the Orthodox rabbis in LA and he had enough Jewish knowledge comparable to the Jewish community in Melbourne, they're like, oh, sure, no problem. But if he went to New York, it might be different. Like the level that he has of a Orthodox Jew in LA, they might be like, no, they let you get away with that in Melbourne or LA. But
here, right. Is that the problem the Ethiopian Jews had in Israel, basically on the religious, theological ground being not rejected by the Orthodox community?
Yeah, so like largely most the division, but the rabbinic courts largely have rejected their Judaism. Right. So they're full Israeli citizens. That's why I mentioned that we were talking about Russia. There's what's called the grandfather clause. And I actually have an interesting book. I don't know how much you care about it. It's kind of legalistic. I'm sorry, just try. Oh, yeah, here it is. Because you're a bibliophile, it's legalistic. So, Jewish Identity by Sydney by Baruch.
I just want to write this down. What is a Jewish? Can you get it? Is it out of print or what?
I bought it used online. You might be able to get it. Jewish Identity by Litvin, Litvin, and Hoinig, a modern responsa to opinions. And this is a translation. So Ben-Gurion was prime minister of Israel. I think he was the first prime minister in the 1950s. And
now, who are the authors? Litvin, is it? No, Sydney. Who are the authors? I can't see.
Baruch, Litvin, and Sydney Hoinig. Baruch, Baruch, Litvin, Litvin, and it's edited by Sidney Honig, Hoenig, Jewish Identity, Modern Responsa, and Opinion. And so let me just explain why you might find this book interesting, because it's basically a law book. When Israel was formed in the 1950s, and they had the creation, they didn't have a constitution, but they have the basic laws, which has some role like a constitution, and they created the right of return, that any Jew around the world has the right to move to Israel and become a citizen. And then they had to decide who's a Jew. So you historically had religious definitions of who's a Jew, that you say if your mother's Jewish, you're Jewish, or Orthodox Jew, or various. But the early Israelis, Ben-Gurion, decided that what they call the grandfather clause, which is if you're descended from someone that the Nazis would have considered Jewish, you are Jewish enough for Israeli citizenship. And that means that, they call the grandfather clause. So even if your father's Jewish or your father's father is Jewish, which according to Jewish law means you're not Jewish. So this book so Ben-Gurion sought the opinion of the leading rabbis, the leading Jewish scholars, the leading legal scholars, the leading, Jewish authors, and various people about how they should define Jewish identity. And the Reform rabbis, all the Orthodox rabbis were strictly by Jewish law definition. And but you had other scholars that said no, the Holocaust, and if Hitler would have killed you for being a Jew, who are we to say that you're not a Jew? And then also the kids, that that if a man marries a Gentile woman, and the level of Israelis, that they were very inclusive in the law of who is a Jew. So the rabbinate in Israel is determined by elections, and the nature of the election is the Orthodox control the rabbinate. So the Israeli constitutionally, for who becomes a citizen, that's guaranteed by the Constitution, unless you're a convert. If you're a convert also, then you have to go. So Luke Ford's in a different situation. So even my brother married a non-Jewish woman. His kids have the right of return, because my mother, God forbid, her parents would have been killed by the Nazis had they been in Germany. And so even though my brother's daughter from his wife is non-Jewish according to Jewish law, she has the right of return, because that's Israeli immigration law. But once you get to Israel, there's aspects of Israeli culture that is controlled by the Israeli-supported rabbinate, which is elected. But the elected officials in Israel, really since its founding, have all been Orthodox, and in the last decades have tended towards ultra-Orthodox. So that's where the dichotomy comes in. So that when they decide to let the Ethiopians in, the Ethiopians are different, because the law when Ben-Gurion set it up was generally around, God forbid, literally, you get the book, you'll see it, was basically, well, if Hitler would have called them a Jew, we're going to let them into Israel. And then also, in the 50s, Israel had, reparations. So the Israeli government in the 1950s, almost 70% of their budget was from German reparations. So right after I'm not sure if you know the history of it, but now reparations don't make a big deal, but in the 1950s, over half of the funds from the Israeli government came from German reparations. So,
yes,
so there's this dichotomy in the immigration law.
Was under Adenauer. Adenauer was the prime minister or premier, whatever, of West Germany.
In the 50s, then, when the reparations. Well, Germany still gives reparations, but reparations, I don't know if you know better than me of the history of who the German politicians, but they agreed to a certain amount of reparations that were given to the state of Israel over 10 years. And for that 10-year period, the reparations made up the majority of the Israeli government's budget.
Now, could you just interested? I'm picking your brain, of course. You've been to Israel. The idea of Aliyah going back to Israel. What is the situation in terms of Judaism and religion and duty of each Jew?
Luke Ford in the chat, so I put the link in if you want to join, Luke. I don't know if I was making some interesting point that so there's tiered citizenship because the rabbinate really controls a minority of things, but there's political power. So you don't have to be Jewish to be. You could be an Arab Israeli, you could be a Christian Israeli, but then you have a different passport. If you're considered a Jewish Israeli, even if you're not considered Jewish by Jewish law, you have the full rights of, as a Jewish Israeli. However, the rabbinate has certain powers, and then there's social pressures like the coalition of ultra-Orthodox people that control certain amounts of charity and government funding. So, you probably get the worst positions in the IDF. You would probably get, worse, you would pay more for taxes and things for like housing and benefits and get and be disadvantageous in that situation. But as I said, there are over 500,000 non-Jewish Russian, because I said the grandfather clause was about Nazi Germany. And so Russians, even if Russian Jews, conceivably, if the Nazis would have won, would have been, theoretically killed by Hitler. So
when you say Russian, you include Ukrainian, Polish, Czech,
all of them. As in Israel,
all
generally,
European Jewry.
In Israel, they call them all Russians, and in fact, they hate that. Ukrainian Israelis hate being called Russian, but in Israel, they're based, and they even had Lieberman, Avigdor Lieberman, who was semi-pro Putin. They even had their own political party, Israel Beitenu. We got Luke Ford. Thank God,
there he is. There he is. My mate Luke Ford
on Doooovid's channel. Jim Bowden was asking about he's a lawyer. He understands these distinctions.
No, he's going to be my guest in about 5-6 days.
I said, if the local Orthodox rabbis say Luke is okay, he's okay. When he gets to Israel, he'll have to deal with those local rabbis. But
we were just talking behind your back, Luke, mate.
Good on you, mate.
I was just talking about the legalities of how the rabbis work.
Now, I know I'm picking your brain. You've been to Israel. The Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews, I know there is a, how would I put it, a bit of rivalry, if that's the appropriate word.
Well, ironically, the rabbinate has separate elections. So you have, the rabbinate's elected, and they have separate elections for the chief Sephardi and chief Ashkenazi rabbis, because it's assumed that Sephardi will go to Sephardic rabbis, Ashkenazi. So they even have two separate elected posts. There's rivalries, like Netanyahu actually has majority Sephardim voting for him. So you have the Shas party, which is actually is an acronym that includes Sephardim group, which includes actually mostly Middle Eastern, because Sephardim literally means Spanish. But Netanyahu, the majority of the Likud voters are actually Sephardic or Mizrahi, and it's more like the capitalistic right-wing, somewhat meritocratic, party, as opposed to the old labor and leftist parties are dominated by Ashkenazic. Among the Haredi, there's very little intersection between Sephardim and Ashkenazim, very little intermarriage, separate schools, separate neighborhoods, although they combine for interests. So the religious parties, you have the ultra-Orthodox Sephardic party and then the ultra-Orthodox Ashkenazic party are both part of Netanyahu's coalition. On most of the important issues they align with, and then it'll be a fight basically over government funds for welfare administration, in terms that they both have quite a bit. So it's tough to say the competition or various levels. Sephardim are rising to power. The Ben-Gurion, the very controversial person, the Kahanist, he's an Iraqi Kurdish Jew. I don't even think he speaks English. And but I mean, Sephardim, I mean, because Israel's a democracy, Sephardim are demographically increasing and rising to more and more power because most of the Ashkenazic European, Jews have fewer kids, and the Sephardim tend to have more kids or be more Orthodox. But a lot of the wealth is, intellectual is still tiered towards Ashkenazic. But you're seeing a shift. And Netanyahu basically came to power by appealing towards, Sephardim, and that's how he, was able
really?
to win elections, because they're more entrepreneurial. Like socialism is a European, like the ideals of old Zionism are basically all European, and the kind of like neo-capitalism of Netanyahu is much more popular amongst Sephardim. It's a little bit complicated. I'm not sure if you want to say anything, Luke. I've been talking with Jim for a while. Like, I guess you guys are finally going to meet. I mean, he said he
Yeah,
found
he's
me
going to
through
be
you.
my guest. Don't
He
worry.
said he found
Okay,
you through Warski. He said you were the most reasonable guy that he found through Warski, and then he found me through you.
Oh, excellent. So, yeah, I met Jim last year. He picked me up from the airport and gave me a couple of mangoes and drove me around
I'm
town.
the mango man.
He's the mango man.
You're going to be my guest here. You're going to have lunch, all right? So
Sounds good.
while you're there, what I know you're very fit, and you're vegetarian. So I've got to tell my missus, will fish do or what? Nice fish, fresh fish from the market.
No, I'll let you know off the air.
All right.
No worries.
No, I've got a. She's a great cook. I've got to have a special menu. All right. Mangoes are in. We know about that. All right. So there's a lot of mangoes. All right. But you're in Queensland. What am I talking about? Mangoes. You're where the mangoes are. You're probably sick and tired of mangoes by now.
I can never get sick and tired of mangoes, but yeah, it's good to be in Queensland where the water's really warm. But so how are you holding up, Jim? You've been really busy the last couple of months.
Busy. I'm sort of cleaning up my office and my files and so forth, trying to catch up with work. It's just horrendous.
He popped on the stream. I saw him on the Crucible new show. They're doing pretty well. I mentioned that to you a few times, like new kind of right-wing, not American first Christian nationalism, but like a converts to Orthodoxy Christian nationalism. I saw he appeared on that show, and he was on Claire Caw. So and then he popped in the chat. So I put the link here. So Jim, is this your third time streaming, or have you done more than this now?
Second or third, I think. Yeah.
Well, I saw you on the Crucible. I saw you on Claire Caw.
Never before, yeah.
So I caught you the only 2 times that you streamed on Claire Caw and the Crucible.
Absolutely. This is the fourth, I think.
And I know. I mean, Luke Ford, like, we're bibliophiles. I think like the main thing. I mean, obviously Orthodox Judaism, but me and Luke's friendship is probably over being bibliophiles.
Look, since I met him, I can't troll him. I used to be the biggest troll of Luke Ford under the sun. I used to really get under his skin. And I mean, I'm embarrassed to say so, but he knows what I'm saying. I just really wanted to provoke him. But anyway, I appreciate him. He's a genuine bloke. That's what I like about him, as they say.
So, what was your experience like going on the Crucible, Jim?
Oh, look, there was, I don't know, I forget the name, but I was
Zen Shapiro.
The other person. But,
Zen Shapiro, who got it's an avatar name. Zen Shapiro making fun of Ben Shapiro. He calls himself Zen Shapiro. And then he had a guy named Sanzel was his guest. So Sanzel was his guest.
I don't recall the guy anyway.
Well, I recall. So I was given those names: Zen Shapiro and Sanzel.
Yeah. Well, I've you've got to be controversial. If you don't make if you're very conventional, you will not be invited. So you've got to be very provocative and controversial to conjure up any reaction. Otherwise, it's bloody boring. It's just talking. But anyway,
so how did you do? I know that.
I don't know. I don't really care whether well, I usually go to the essence of the issue as I see it, and usually get a reaction. As they say, there are 3 things in life you shouldn't discuss, which you're going to either get an agreement or a punch in the nose. It's religion, sex, of politics. But these are the interesting things.
Now,
So if you don't talk about, you go.
Are
Sorry.
you Serbian? Are you Serbian by nationality?
No. I'm on my father's side. I'm English. On my mother's side, she's from Croatia.
Oh, okay. So is Serbia about to go to war with that breakaway? What's that other?
I'll tell you where it is. Not Albania. Kosovo. Kosovo. Yeah, correct.
Is Serbia going to war?
Well, they talk about Balkans and being a powder keg. You know what happened in 1914, 29th of June 1914. Gavrilo Princip, this assassination of Archduke in Sarajevo. It's powder keg. In other words, it started First World War. I call First World War the first civil European unnecessary war. I call Second World War the second and the last, hopefully, European civil war. It's just the whole continent decimating itself over nothing. I think the existential threat to Europe at the moment, as it stands, for what it's worth, in my judgment, is the external forces, i.e., Africa and immigration into Europe. And like in America, we were just discussing with David, he totally, I agree with him. He says, immigration and multiculturalism, it's a part. We should talk about it as already happened, has eventuated, and there's no going back. Unfortunately, that's how I see Europe and Australia. As you know, in Australia we were 25 million, 1.5 million, and you're a quarter. What is it? 1/16 Chinese is of Chinese extraction, and it's not being disparaging against Chinese or Asians. It's a fact. It is a fact of life as we speak, and being in our position in the world, in the south of Pacific, and being so rich in minerals, we're jewel in a crown, right for picking. Whether it's Chinese, whether it's Indonesian, whether it's India, or anybody else for that matter. Such a small population.
But Serbia is an ally of Russia. Is Serbia going to?
It's a traditional, but it's orthodoxy. See, you're talking about Balkans. You've got all three religions meeting at a point. You talk Slovenia and Croatia being Catholic, Serbia being Orthodox, together with Macedonia and Greece and Bulgaria, and then you got the only country in Europe which is a Muslim is Albania, and next to Albania is Kosovo, which is the disputed territory between Serbia and Albania or Kosovo, and that's where the spark can start. And proxy war can easily develop via Russia, Serbia, and Kosovo as we speak. There's troops are missing, as I understand, and it is very touchy area. Has been all the time. It's called the Balkans.
Doooovid, you've been streaming for over 4 hours. So, what are some of the topics that you've hit today?
I only bought my StreamYard subscription. I was going to go over 20 hours. So I started doing a tour of my library, which I've been doing for over 10 episodes. And I was doing my history, political science, and it's my phone ring. I'll let it ring. And law and public policy books. And then Jim was in the chat, so I put the link there. So I think Jim came on. How long did I went almost 2 hours, just me rambling about my books, solo, but Jim was one of the guys listening. He's a big bibliophile. And so we've been on for like 2 hours. We talked about a whole bunch of things. We talked, about immigration, multiculturalism, Judaism. We talked a lot about, the decline of the West and what I call the crisis of competency, and, a little bit about streaming and his bio. He talked a little bit about his family and his kids. God bless Jim and his family. But I think we came to agreement about what I call the crisis of competency. And then I was making the point, like, Australia might be in a different case. So like if you're there in Australia with Jim, most of these things in America have already happened, in terms like white flight, immigration, demographic change, the crisis of competency. And Australia might be in a different boat. And we talked about regional politics in that area too, most specifically the rise of China.
Okay, great. Okay, I gotta move on. I just wanted to jump on and say hello to you guys.
All right. So when are you in Sydney? Can I ask?
Yeah, I'll hit you up.
You guys can talk
right,
offline.
okay.
IRL. Like, I appreciate coming on my stream, Luke. First time being on my stream.
Yeah,
God
Thank
bless.
you, Luke. All
You're
right,
coming back to America.
Next time we'll stream from my place. All right.
Well, Luke,
Okay,
when are you
sounds
coming
good,
back to America, or is it not announced?
No, I'm coming back at the end of January.
Okay, great. So God bless. Enjoy the rest of your trip.
Okay,
See you later,
guys.
Luke. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Okay, maybe we should wrap up too. We've been going for like.
Yeah, we have.
Is anything
It's
else?
nice talking to you. All right.
Yeah, nice meeting. Interesting conversation. Always a pleasure to meet another.
The whole gamut of subjects.
Academic. If you wanted to, try streaming, or I'm not sure if you. One thing, if you create your own channel, then you have to grow your channel, and but if you don't plan
got
to create your own channel,
honestly, I'd love to, but I've got no time. I'm too much work on my plate, to be honest with you. Unfortunately, I'm still working. I've got all these matters I've got to catch up.
Oh well, I mean, thank God you got a family to take care of and important things.
I do, definitely. Yeah.
Streaming somewhat a leisure activity, although you could accomplish something. Network. If you did want to stream again, you want to do like an interview. I'm not sure if you had a topic that would be interesting or some area of expertise.
It's got to be controversial, otherwise it's not worth our while.
Well, no, I don't have such a big audience, so like, no, I mean, for my audience, you want to avoid something controversial because I'm not like a big mega streamer, and so maybe something even more boring and intellectual for me would be bebetter.
All right, we'll think
about if you want to do like the Crucible, they got a big audience. Like thousands of people will see you on there. You come onto my channel, you might get.
I don't know whether that's good or bad, but
I mean, if you do the Crucible, you could choose something controversial to debate. If you do Doooovid, you could choose something more intellectual. And but if you want, reach out. God bless. Great pleasure having you on.
Thank you. Likewise. All the best. Bye.
You too. Thanks a lot for joining. And I'm going to go over just. So first time I had Luke on my stream, big honor. Thanks, Luke, for coming on. And I'm going to wrap up soon, but I didn't see too much of the chat. I'll check it back later. But if anyone had something they want to hit me at, just do the @Doooovid. So I'll see it in red. And I'm going to show just some teaching company I did when I did my thing on religion. So I listened to almost all of the teaching company courses. So I have the subscription. I listen to them as they come out. Me and my dad, thank God, own over 600 teaching company courses. And so I read a lot of books. I think about it, but probably the most knowledge I have on streaming is Jim, if you're still listening, just glib saying it, like, yeah, I'm uncontroversial, and like, I don't want my YouTube channel getting taken down, and I'm more promoting intellectual activity, having friendly conversations, interviewing scholars and authors. But I could book you, like I could act as a booking agent, and if you want to debate or talk about controversial stuff, I could help you out with it, but it's not going to be on my channel. But if you're an intellectual and wanted to talk about just an intellectual topic, and then you're saying, well, really, you're putting yourself out to my audience, but I would be happy to do that. In fact, people notice that I bought my StreamYards. So, Glib, Lambie, John, Square Earthers, thanks for turning in. Yaroon, anyone want to help book Doooovid a guest that makes sense, like more intellectual, I guess, like I'm going to try to stream more. I've already invested $240. I bought a year subscription on StreamYards, for more than 20 hours. So if anyone has ideas for guests or wants to book guests, you could message or reach out. So let me do. Okay, so there's over 200, so I'm not going to go through all of these. And you can see the sections: American history, ancient history, world history, civilization and culture, medieval history, military history, modern history, Europe, modern history, world, Renaissance and early modern history, ancient history, classical. And I've listened to probably over 90% of these. I just finished yesterday the Vietnam War, assessing Americans' national security threats, Secret of the Occult. I enjoyed that one, Secret of the Occult. U.S. Constitution through History. These are the latest one. The Medieval Legacy I've downloaded. I still haven't listened to it. And we get them on sale. So you see the price, they're pretty expensive. So we get them when they're at discount prices, which is still like $40. So, usually buy the courses for like $40, $50. I've never paid full price for them. Democracy and Its Alternative, Reconsidering JFK. All these are very good. So just saying your time is limited, and I like certain fields. So, saying that, okay, Doooovid's pretty smart. I was a child prodigy. If I have 130, 40 IQ, there's people a lot smarter than me. But I'm pretty smart, and I've basically spent my whole life in academic pursuits. Maybe there's smarter people that could read quicker or ascertain more information. I listen to these in 2-speed. I think even in 2-speed, get a relatively good feel. And these are great. England, the 1960s, and the triumph of the Beatles. I'm not sure if they have a course about Australia. I forget if they have a course about Australia. I mean, if they did, I probably took it, but it's off my head. No, so let's probably. Okay, so I really like learning about things, and most of it's not really practical. Like, that's why maybe I'm streaming, because like I've learned all this stuff and don't have anyone to talk about. Really, like I talked with Luke Ford, we talked about that. Like, no one cares about this stuff. Like my mom, now she's retired, we sometimes talk a little bit about, just random history or intellectual subjects. My dad's always busy. Like, I mean, my dad talked about intellectual subjects, but he's almost always busy. He's still practicing medicine. Synagogue, it's very hard to find intellectual companionship. And probably why Doooovid remains single, like to find a woman that would, be my, not just to raise, bear my children, but to be intellectual companionship, and, being, Jewish and my eccentricities, God forbid, still hope to find the right woman and raise a family. So unfortunately, I don't really have too many people to talk about these. That's why I came into streaming, just to, kind of, I assume there's people out there that find these topics interesting. And so, Jim Bowden all the way there in Australia, Luke Ford in LA, just people that, had similar interest, intellectuals like reading books, talking about issues. And even like, okay, I'll appear in debates or try to boost my, celebrity status, my reach, try to make money off of something or get more. But really, I just find wisdom interesting. Almost everything interests me. Years that changed history, 1215, law school for everybody, constitutional law. Like I showed those law books that I had, but I don't have so much time to study everything. So I focused it more towards consciousness. Even Judaism, I've spent less time studying Judaism in the last few years towards science and consciousness and psychology. But I still listen to basically all the teaching courses as they come out. I'm a big fan and advocate of the teaching company, and the majority of my generic knowledge about things comes from the teaching company. And, the teaching company is relatively credible. They, theoretically get top professors with knowledge of the topic that are relatively neutral. A lot of them are published authors. I guess they're relatively good paying, so they're able to recruit top academics and authors to make teaching courses teaching great courses. So related to the tour of my library for these type subjects, I'm a scholar, I guess, I'm an academic. I sit around and read even, books on law and history, political science, public policy, literature. Definitely less than 10% of the books that I read are on this subject. But the great courses, I basically listen to all of them. And I would say over 25% of the courses, maybe even probably a third of the courses on the teaching company are on the subject. Yeah, I don't have any special insight on the Russian-Ukraine. Like Charles Moskowitz, I follow the research, and God forbid the news and decline of academia and the media is so bad that, even I feel I get better information just by browsing the internet and reading different periodicals than what you hear. But I don't have any special great knowledge. I'm just sitting in Detroit, checking the internet. So with that, I'm going to sign off. So while I'm doing a screen share just to show, so I got my StreamYard's subscription now. So if you check my YouTube page, you could see my upcoming streams. And so upcoming, I'm going to continue with my Ask the Rabbi series. So I scheduled this Saturday night after Sabbath History of Chassidim 3, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson and Chabad Lubavitch, Ask the Rabbi 16. And then the Saturday after, I put tentatively the history of the yeshiva system and Talmudic study. So, the yeshiva Talmudic system generally comes from Chaim Volozhner, who was the student of the Vilna Gaon, who was the misnagdit opponent to Chassidim. But Doooovid went to Litvish yeshivas, and it's probably the most important part of modern Orthodox culture, the yeshiva system. So the history of the yeshiva. So that will be the week after this one. I have arranged my books, do a little more, but I went through the rest of my shelves, and I kind of had the rest of my books mixed, and I had tried to put them in place, but they were mixed because I keep on reading books and I just stick them somewhere. So and then they start getting full, so you could see I've already filled up the shelf and filled up the area over the shelf, and so just start sticking them someplace else. So I basically arranged for the tour of my library through the rest of my books that I have whole shelves dedicated to. So next week, business, economics, banking, and trading, equity trading books. The week after, I thought I'd do on Monday, Martin Luther King Day, African American and African, Black, and Native American books. So I have a whole shelf on books on Africa, Black American, Nation of Islam, Jamaican, Caribbean, Black Israelite things, and then I also have a shelf of books of kind of Native traditions around the world. So I thought I'd do that on Martin Luther King Day. Maybe that week also, I'll try also to do my stream on Gurdjieff. The week after, for manufacturing, engineering, technology, and science books, of two shelves overfilled with them. I have my shelf on math and physics books, myself on civil engineering, but I have general science, technology, engineering books also. Then the 1st of February, psychology, linguistics, consciousness, and philosophy books. I didn't have too many books on straight philosophy, so I thought I'd just try to tie it all in there. I'll see as I go through forward. And then the last one would be books on Michigan and Detroit. And that will probably complete my tour of my library series. And, so my father has a huge library. I'm not sure. My father probably smartly thinks it's a bad idea to, film or show pictures or show anything about his house. Boomer thought and security wise, probably smart. So I may or may not be able to continue showing my dad's books, but it's possible, if I did chess books or my father's just math books, possible in the future. And if the ask the rabbi, like I said, the Shovavim, so the hopefully I'll continue through February to ask the rabbi, try to pound that out, and then hopefully, God willing, I'm going to go to the Science of Consciousness conference in Italy, Sicily in May, and after I finish the tour of the library and do, a series of Ask the Rabbis of some of the areas I have the most knowledge in Judaism, and I will try to start streaming on the multiple truth hypothesis and consciousness, and maybe some stuff math related. So that's the plan in the next few months, and hopefully also I'll try to get some interviews lined up. I'm not sure who to think of or who to reach out to. I don't even have anybody in mind right now. I don't have anyone in mind at all. But open to suggestions, or think about it. And I'll try to avoid controversy. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be putting myself forward in any debates or like the blood sports or JQ type stuff. As of now, I'm still friendly with Adam Green, so you may appear in a show once or twice a year. Maybe Luke Ford if he wants to keep on talking. Charles Moskowitz, I'm not sure, maybe a new time. So it could be I'll go back with Charles Moskowitz. Mob Talk with John Wolfe. I'm not sure, that might be dying out. Like the viewership is going down. So like unless John invests the money into like some better sound or put some work into it, Mob Talk might be dying out because viewership's going down. And basically talked about my full extent of knowledge on the subject. But we'll see if John is willing to put some work into it. Maybe we'll try to keep that going. I actually, like Scott Bernstein of the Original Gangsters podcast here in Metro Detroit, I was thinking of asking him for an interview, and he actually is here in Metro Detroit. I would even invite him to my house for a in studio interview. So yeah, thanks, got it, Lambie. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and God bless. So I guess that's it, and I will be signing off. So appreciate tuning in, and we'll be back Saturday night, and then next week Wednesday. And said join Discord if you want to talk directly to me, or you could reach out on Twitter, Facebook, any social media, or just put a comment in the video. And I'm going to try to stream more, probably twice a week moving forward, since I invested $240 into a year subscription to StreamYards. And also hopefully over the next few weeks, I'm going to open up a webpage, Doooovid.com, and I'm going to publish some of my essays. I'm going to work on my book, Multiple Truth Hypothesis. So I said for the next month, I'm going to do tour of the library and ask the rabbis. And then after that, I'm going to try to move towards other topics, multiple truth hypothesis. And, Jennifer's making a lot of progress in her writing. And, so look forward to Doooovid.com and a blog. And then, I'll be doing more work towards my multiple truth hypothesis. So God bless. Thanks to Luke and Jim for joining, and have a great night, everybody.